All right, well, welcome everyone. Why don't we go ahead and take our seats here and get started? Thank you, sir. Welcome, and thank you for coming out this morning. I'm Tom Carrico. Welcome to Integrating Strike and Defense, our sort of three-quarter day conference today. For longer and bigger events like this, we like to just briefly familiarize everyone with the facilities. If for any reason there's sort of a need to exit for some reason, just make sure we've got the stairs down here, we've got exits to the back, and either myself or my colleague Todd Harrison will point you in the right direction should such a thing occur, but we don't expect anything like that. So with that said, today's conference is entitled Integrating Strike and Defense, and it represents a cooperative effort in a couple different ways. In the first instance, between the Aerospace Security Project, directed by my colleague Todd Harrison, and the Missile Defense Project at CSIS, which I direct. And our kind of background statement for the conference really recognizes that the complex of adversary air and missile forces represent one of the more pressing threats to power projection capabilities of the United States military. Ballistic, cruise, and air defense missile systems can hold U.S. bases and platforms at risk and deny access and freedom of action in certain contested areas. And restoring the ability to operate within this kind of denied environment requires a high degree of integration between offense and defense, whether it's stealthy aircraft that can penetrate air defenses or strike time-sensitive mobile targets, to air and missile defense systems that can buy time and protect U.S. forces operating in a theater. And one of our points of departure today is the 2013 Joint Staff publication that was entitled Integrated Air and Missile Defense Vision 2020, which laid out a kind of a plan or a concept to integrate across capabilities and develop new concepts, tactics, and training. Now, integration is one of those buzzwords that is frequently tossed around. There's probably an article to be written on the many meanings of integration as it's frequently cast about. And so as with many buzzwords, it is perhaps useful to kind of help define what we mean by integrated, for what purpose, what is being integrated, and that sort of thing. So we're excited about it, so excited that we have a hashtag for the day, hashtag ISD 2017. You're welcome to follow along there. So that introduces the day broadly. Now let's turn to the first part of the conference, which we're very happy to host jointly with the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Studies, and specifically the Huessy Breakfast Series. My good friend Peter Huessy is the Director of Strategic Deterrence Studies at the Mitchell Institute, and the first part of today is very much with his assistance. So before we get started on the rest of the day, I'm going to turn things over to Peter, and he'll get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and I want to thank CSIS on behalf of the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Studies at the Air Force Association, where I have been since 2011. I'm also president of Geostrategic Analysis, which is the company I helped found in 1981 and started a breakfast series that, as of this year, we're somewhere close to doing 2,000 events on Capitol Hill on missile defense and nuclear deterrence, arms control, proliferation, and defense policy. And I'm honored today to have as a speaker General Trey Obering, U.S. Air Force retired former director of the Missile Defense Office, who was a longtime participant and speaker in my seminar series on missile defense at the Hill. And just an advertisement, tomorrow Rebecca Heinrich from the Hudson Institute and Frank Rose, former Deputy Assistant Secretary, will both speak at the Capitol Hill Club at 8 o'clock for breakfast on missile defense and nuclear arms control issues with respect to Northwest Asia, the Korean Peninsula, and in Central Europe with respect to things such as the INF and missile defense in Eastern Europe. General Obering, as you know, served in the Air Force for 35 years. He's currently Senior Vice President at Booz Allen. He also served as I said, Director of the Missile Defense Agency from 2004 to 2009. He planned and programmed 68 joint Air Force and international programs with a $28 billion budget as Missionary Director for Information Dominance on the Air Staff. He entered the Air Force in 1973 after completing University of Notre Dame's ROTC program as a distinguished graduate. He received his pilot wings in 1975 received the Top Gun Air-to-Air Award during his F-4E training, and flew operational assignments in the same plane. He also was assigned to the Space Shuttle program, participated in 15 Space Shuttle launches as NASA orbital project engineer, and was responsible for integrating firing room launch operations for that program. With that, would you please welcome a good friend, strong advocate of missile defense, former director of the Missile Defense Agency. Would you welcome Lieutenant General Henry Trey Obering.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here today and have the opportunity to address what I consider to be a very important element of our defense, of our homeland, our allies, and our deployed forces. Now, before I discuss the topic of next-generation missile defense, I'd like to take just a moment to congratulate the men and women of the Missile Defense Agency and their industry partners on the tremendous success that they've had in providing this nation with its first generation of integrated ballistic missile defense capability. In the face of strong resistance from some in Congress and other critics, and overcoming numerous technological challenges, MDA, along with the services and the combat commanders, have been able to successfully develop and deploy upgraded early warning radars and X-band radars in Alaska, California, United Kingdom, Greenland, Massachusetts, Japan, Turkey, Israel, and a powerful sea-based radar in Hawaii. Hundreds of PAC-3 interceptors and sea-based Standard Missile-3 interceptors on Aegis missile defense-capable ships. Land-based SM-3 interceptors at Aegis Ashore site in Romania, with another scheduled to be completed in Poland in 2018. Terminal high-altitude-area defense batteries, with the most recent deployed in South Korea. Long-range interceptors in Alaska and California, with more planned by the end of this year. And operational command and control centers in Alaska, Colorado, Nebraska, Hawaii, Washington, D.C., and Germany. The inventories and capabilities of the current interceptors and radars should continue to expand and improve. But today, we're here to discuss the topic of the ongoing missile defense review, which should address our next generation of missile defense. This next generation should be a quantum leap from what we have today, taking advantage of our historic superiority in technology achievements. So what should our strategy be going forward? Now, whether we're addressing the rogue nation threat or stepping up to defend the nation from peer and near-peer threats, we must no longer think in terms of building just limited missile defense capabilities. And in fact, if the 2016 and 2017 NDAAs call for just such a change in thinking about missile defense. These statutes describe the developing an effective and robust layered missile defense, architectures for hypersonic defense capability, as well as providing a plan for developing one or more programs of record for a space-based ballistic missile intercept layer. When you put these in the context of our overall national security strategy, you can draw the conclusion that we need to develop both the capability and the capacity to defend against any and all threats from countries like North Korea and Iran, and that we have the capability to defend against any missile threat presented by Russia or China, while building the necessary capacity to ensure continued deterrence when combined with our strategic forces. In other words, we must develop a qualitative and quantitative defense against rogue nations and a qualitative defense combined with our existing and planned offensive capabilities to deter peers and near peers and to win if deterrence fails. The United States should begin the journey to develop this next generation of capabilities that will form the foundation of our missile defense strategy well into the future. So what are some of these needed capabilities? Let's take a look at them. The first one is global birth-to-death tracking and discrimination. This would maximize interceptor effectiveness and kill assessment against both ballistic as well as maneuvering threats. This would enhance not only our homeland defense, but also regional defenses. Number two, the ability to intercept warheads in very complex threat suites, including advanced countermeasures and decoys. Number three, the ability to handle substantial raid sizes from rogue nations and to handle enough of a raid size by peers or near peers to ensure a successful response. Number four, multi-object kill capability to handle complex countermeasures and multiple warheads from a single missile. Number 5, a boost phase intercept kill capability to assist in the defense against substantial raids and complex threats. Number 6, maneuvering target capability for both tracking and killing those targets. Number 7, hypersonic defense capability, including the surveillance, detection, tracking, targeting, fire control, and intercepting of those targets. Number 8, cyber robustness of the command and control systems as well as the sensors and interceptors themselves. Number 9, survivability, both in terms of numbers as well as functionality, including nuclear hardness. And finally, and one thing that will be discussed much later in much more detail today, fully integrated offense and defense capability to take advantage of the precision of the defense and the responsiveness of the offense. Now, to provide these capabilities, the U.S. should pursue a new portfolio of programs delivering in the near, mid, and far term to continue to meet the evolving threats. These programs should include, number 1, a space-based sensor layer to provide precision surveillance, detection, tracking, and fire control. Advanced discrimination algorithms and techniques, multiple object kill vehicles, advanced interceptors, boost phase directed energy, and a space-based kill layer. Now, I'd like to take a look at each one of these programs in a little more detail. The space-based precision tracking layer. We currently use space-based sensors to warn us of an adversary missile launch and then use the data to project approximate impact points. These sensors do not, however, provide us the needed accuracy to intercept the incoming warhead, so we rely on terrestrially based radars to provide those tracks. The ability to provide persistent birth-to-death missile tracking can only be done cost-effectively from space, and doing so improves the discrimination of warhead from countermeasures and other objects, as well as providing many other collateral benefits in terms of comprehensive U.S. space situational awareness. Not only would a space-based tracking layer contribute to the defense of the United States homeland, the tracks would significantly expand the operating and defended areas of our regional defenses. When integrated with terrestrial sensors, a space-based sensor layer would also enable tracking much more advanced threats, such as maneuvering hypersonic missiles. In 2009, the Missile Defense Agency launched 2 space tracking and surveillance system satellites that were demonstration satellites to determine the feasibility of providing intercept quality tracking from space. The results of these demonstration satellites have been outstanding and indicate that this capability is certainly achievable. The United States should build an initial precision tracking constellation as a foundational capability, and then further expansion and resilience can be added by using more cost-effective and innovative approaches, such as putting payloads in commercial constellations and using other organizations' satellites as hosts. Advanced discrimination algorithms and techniques. In 2006, the Missile Defense Agency was developing advanced discrimination approaches that were suspended by the MDA director in 2010 in favor of another path that did not materialize. MDA has now revitalized these efforts, and they should be continued and fully implemented in their terrestrially based sensors. In addition, there are several innovative contractor-developed approaches that significantly improve the ability of the BMDS to handle more complex threat suites. While outside the security scope of this talk, these efforts must be properly funded and deployed. Multiple Object Kill Vehicles program. No matter how much sensor discrimination improvements are made, they will never be foolproof. Therefore, the ability to destroy more than one credible object with a single interceptor is vitally important. These credible objects could include decoys, simulated warheads, debris, post-boost vehicles, and empty upper stages. In addition, having a multiple kill capability addresses those threat missiles with multiple warheads. A similar program called Multiple Kill Vehicle Program, or MKV, was launched by MDA under President Bush and later canceled under President Obama. The value of such a capability was so compelling, however, that MDA established a Multiple Object Kill Vehicle Program. Each MOKV would have independently targetable kill vehicles that could be assigned to the credible objects. Each kill vehicle would steer itself to the target and destroy it. Modern communications technologies, algorithms, and processing power could significantly advance the overall effectiveness of this swarming approach. MOKV is a critical element of the next generation of missile defense. It will enhance nearly all aspects of missile defense challenge including discrimination, raid size, and kill assessment. MOKV capability could be provided not only to our ground-based interceptors, but potentially the SM-3 Block II interceptors. This effort should be given the highest priority in the interceptor development portfolio. When MOKV capability is combined with the first two initiatives of precision space-based tracking and advanced discrimination algorithms, the system begins to be able to handle even the most advanced complex threat suites. An advanced interceptor program. Today, we enjoy the protection provided by deployed interceptors that were the result of technology investments that were made by the U.S. during the Strategic Defense Initiative days, as well as the BMDO days in the 1980s and 90s. Likewise, it is time for the United States to make investments today in the technology that will result in game-changing interceptor performance to defeat any missile threat from any country, rogue, near-peer, or peer. We have always relied on the superiority of disruptive U.S. technologies to deter and defeat our enemies. Today should not be any different. Now is the time to begin to make the crucial investments to build an advanced interceptor capable of defeating even the most complex and capable missiles, including hypersonic threats. There is technology today in U.S. industry that exists, as well as the laboratories, to be able to achieve such a goal. It would just require the will and the resources to do so. Boost phase directed energy. The optimum approach to ensuring that warheads are destroyed in the presence of countermeasures is to destroy the enemy missile before it has a chance to deploy either the warhead or the countermeasures. In other words, destroy the missile during its boosting phase. Now, boost phase intercept provides advantages as well as disadvantages. The advantage in destroying the missile in its boost phase includes the destruction of the warhead without having to deal with any countermeasures. The disadvantage is that the boost phase is typically very short, so there's generally not time to launch a terrestrially-based kinetic interceptor against many trajectories, especially countries with large geographies. Boost phase intercept is an ideal mission for the use of a speed-of-light weapon, such as a high-energy laser. Using high-energy lasers against ballistic missiles is much more cost-effective than kinetic interceptors. Today, we must fire multiple multi-million-dollar interceptors against a single threat missile. With a high-energy laser, multiple threat missiles can be destroyed by a single laser magazine. The Missile Defense Agency experimented with just such a weapon called the airborne laser beginning in 2004, when it achieved first light and first flight of a megawatt-class high-energy laser on a 747 aircraft. After successfully destroying both a solid as well as liquid propellant missile in 2010 in flight testing, the program was canceled by the Obama administration. Since the beginning of the airborne laser program in the 1990s, laser technology has come a very long way. Today, there have been major advances in both solid-state as well as hybrid lasers. At least one version, the diode-pumped alkali laser, promises to deliver high power capacity and capability in a weight and volume to allow it to be deployed on aircraft. Operating in this regime and with a solid-state or hybrid laser would avoid nearly all of the technical issues that were encountered by ABL. It is now possible to have a lethal laser in the next 10 years capable of conducting boost phase intercept mission from a high-altitude airborne platform. MDA has submitted a report to Congress as in the process of detailing their directed energy roadmap to achieve boost phase intercept. Since the airborne laser, funding for directed energy activities at MDA, as well as across the entire department, has been limited. This needs to change, and sufficient funding should be provided to achieve their goals. Space-based kill layer. To meet the missile threats of the future, a move to a space-based kill capability is necessary. The geographies to be covered, the trajectories involved, and the complexity of the threat suites all lend themselves to a space-based kill approach. Space is where missile defense began under President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative. The advantage of the ultimate high ground allows global coverage, even in large geographies, shoot-look-shoot capability for many, many trajectories, and much more. In addition, a space-based kill capability can contribute significantly to overcoming the threat posed by hypersonic weapons. This layer could initially consist of a kinetic space-based interceptor and later evolve to space-based lasers as that technology matures. The space-based intercept layer should complement terrestrially-based assets, and even a modest constellation of satellites with several carrier vehicles apiece could have a significant impact on the U.S. ability to defend itself against more advanced threats. Certainly, such a capability will contribute enormously to confounding the enemy's ability to ensure the destruction of any given target. Creating ambiguity in the adversary's mind concerning what he or she may be able to accomplish with what probability is one of the most valuable features of any missile defense architecture. A space-based intercept layer would expand the defended area to our allies and our friends around the globe as well, and could be used to support both homeland as well as regional defense. As directed energy technologies continue to mature, their size and weight continue to be reduced with increasing power output levels. A space-based laser capability could then augment or replace the space-based interceptor capability. The space-based high-energy laser capability with multiple kills per magazine could address substantial threat missile raid sizes. To start down this path, the United States should fund the development of a space-based testbed to begin to explore the variety of technologies that can be brought to bear. This testbed could explore constellation command control, communications, and battle management issues, space-to-space engagement environment, and much more. Some critics will state that this type of defense from space is counter to existing treaties, such as the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. But that's not the case. The only ban on weapons in space is that of weapons of mass destruction, which obviously does not apply to either a space-based interceptor or space-based laser. So how do we achieve what I've laid out this morning? What are some of the first steps that need to be taken? When we began the development and deployment of today's ballistic missile defense system, the MDA funding was targeted between $8 to $10 billion per year. It was understood that if they experienced overruns or challenges, they would stay within that budget. To be successful in building the required capabilities to meet tomorrow's needs, MDA's funding needs to be restored. A target range of $10 to $12 billion per year would be the right level, which would still only represent less than 2% of our annual defense budget. Now let's put this into context. If we took every penny that the United States has spent on missile defense since the SDIO inception in 1983, it would be about $200 billion. Compare that to the cost of 9/11, which has been put at around $100 billion for just the damage cost in New York alone and $3.3 trillion for the overall cost. And that attack did not involve a weapon of mass destruction. So if we prevent just one attack on a major U.S. city, we will have repaid all of the investment to date for all of the missile defenses nearly 20 times over. In addition, the Missile Defense Agency must continue to be able to move with agility, speed, and empowered authority, both from a programmatic as well as an oversight perspective. Some examples of this include maximum reprogramming flexibility with a restructured program element approach, minimizing the colors of money involved, reestablishing the Missile Defense Executive Board with principals only, and streamlining OSD staff oversight. These special authorities are critical to the ability of this nation to keep abreast of the ever-accelerating missile threats. Now, I remember during my tenure as the MDA director, one Washington Post reporter continually asked me, when was MDA going to become, quote unquote, normal like other DoD programs? Finally, one day I asked him, which normal DoD program would he like me to emulate? He had no response, and he never asked me that question again. Whenever there's a change in administration or MDA leadership, as is the case today for both, the bureaucracy will attempt to normalize MDA. This should not be allowed to happen. In fact, I believe that in today's increasingly dangerous world, more DoD programs should emulate MDA's approach to providing warfighter capability to our forces. MDA should take advantage of the window with the new administration and Congress to make sure that its existing authorities are protected, to recapture some of its empowerment, and to restore its funding levels. Now, I always like to remind people of the benefits of missile defense, and I'd like to go through those with you very quickly this morning. First, building a robust missile defense system could dissuade adversaries from developing ballistic missiles in the first place, since their effectiveness may not be clear. Second, without the protection of a robust missile defense, some nations that are capable of building their own nuclear weapons for defense may be incentivized to do so. This would lead to further instability in regions such as the Middle East and Asia Pacific. Third, a robust missile defense capability enhances deterrence by putting doubt in the mind of an attacker, as I mentioned before, not knowing which of their offensive missiles would survive complicates an attacker's plan. Fourth, missile defense can stabilize events in a crisis. For example, in 2006, when the North Koreans were preparing to launch the multi-stage Taepodong-2 and not providing any international notification as required by protocol, several senior officials called for a preemptive strike against the launch site. President Bush decided to rely on the GMD system should the TD-2 threaten U.S. territory. Fifth, missile defense provides the President and other senior commanders an option other than preemption and retaliation, and provides critical additional decision time when faced with an accidental or rogue launch. Finally, and most importantly, if deterrence fails, it is the only option available to destroy warheads once they're in the air. So in closing, as we look toward the future, I believe it is very important to look at the past and ensure that we remember and learn the right thing. Just imagine where we would be today if the country had followed the missile defense critics. Most of the technology that is resonant today in our centers and interceptors was based on the research and development that was started under President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative program. If the country had listened to the liberal opposition in missile defense, like Senators Ted Kennedy, Gary Hart, Robert Byrd, and Congressman Tip O'Neill, that program would have been canceled. The deployed and integrated ballistic missile defense capabilities that we enjoy today are only possible because President Bush withdrew the United States from the ABM Treaty. And again, thankfully, we do not follow Senator Carl Levin, the SAS Democratic chairman at the time, who threw down a stark challenge saying that if President Bush withdrew from the ABM Treaty, the Democrats were likely to block American missile defenses that do not adhere to the principles of that arms control agreement, even if it was defunct. Even today, in the face of tremendous success, critics decry missile defense as a destabilizing effect, too costly, and even not technically feasible. Most of this criticism is coming from arms control crowd who fundamentally believes that we should protect ourselves through agreements alone. We are at a critical crossroads because the science, technology, research, and development that we choose to invest in today will dictate the type of missile defenses we have far into the future. We must make the right decisions. So I'll finish where I started. Congratulations to the hardworking, dedicated men and women at MDA, the services, and the combat commanders and industry who have provided this nation with its first generation of missile defense capabilities. Now's the time to build our next generation, and we need to get on with it. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
I'm going to take ask Trey a few questions and then turn it over to the floor. General Formica spoke at a breakfast I hosted a week or so ago, former head of the Space and Missile Defense Command, and he had the following comment. He said, when we ask our allies to help in deploying missile defenses or enhancing their integrated air and missile defense systems, he says, we're not substituting their capability for ours, we're enhancing both. And therefore it improves our deterrent and their deterrent capability and means the possibility of getting into conflict is lessened. Would you comment on that?
Absolutely. First of all, again, looking historically, you are always much better off operating from a position of strength than of weakness. And if you look at the fabric of missile defense, what is really interesting about it is, to your point, Peter, is that the more sensors, you can never have enough sensors, for example, because you want to be able to understand what's going on with the threat at all times. So being able to populate enough sensors, including using allied radars, to be able to tie into an overall architecture would be crucial. And also, when you look at numbers in terms of interceptors that are threatening at a regional level, having more interceptors that could be provided by allies to cover and defend themselves, their territory, as well as their forces, there's a synergy there. So I'll give you an example. If you take a ship off the coast of Japan and you use just that ship's radar and interceptors to provide protection, that is one case. If you take an Allied-owned radar, let's say a Japanese radar on the island, and you tie that to that ship's radar and fire control system, you've just been able to expand the operating and defended area by 2 to 3 times. And when you combine that with interceptors that may be deployed on that allied nation's Navy, now you really begin to build a much more robust defense architecture against a threat. So I very much agree with with what he said, and I think that's part of what we mean when we say we want to build integrated missile defense capability.
My second question has to do with space-based sensors and space-based interceptors. What do you think should be the next steps that Congress might take, even prior to the missile defense review being completed?
I think, and I advocated for this previously, and I think that now is definitely the time, and that is to build a test bed, as I mentioned in my talk. I think that there's a lot to learn about this. There's a lot to learn about the feasibility. There's a lot to learn about the command and control. There's a lot to learn about the response times. And so I think building a very modest test bed would be very prudent because it does a number of things. It begins us down the path of exploring this. It also will start to dissipate some of the unknowns around this. And it will actually, I think, send a strong signal that we're serious about missile defense for ourselves and for our allies in so doing that. So I'm very much a proponent of that. And I think now is the time is ripe to do that, frankly.
And my last question has to do with, there's been less now, but there's been a long-running debate between what is peaceful uses of space and militarization of space. I know during the Reagan and Bush 41 and Clinton administration, there's a lot of talk about good space was NASA and bad space was whatever the Pentagon was doing. And a lot of the good space was dominated by the space station and the shuttle, which has now gone away in large part in terms of a new program. And now we have, would you address, because you and I talked about this, about space as a medium like the oceans, like the atmosphere, like the ground that is used by adversary and ally alike for good and bad purposes, and we have an obligation to defend ourselves there. Could you elaborate on how missile defense fits into that?
Well, first of all, it's always been intriguing to me why we view space differently. In my mind, there are domains that we have to be prepared to operate in and defend ourselves, and that includes land, air, space, and cyber. And those are domains that we have to be able to operate in. And space is no different. And we see increasingly, why do we have a Navy? Because we knew historically we had to protect critical supply lines, critical lines of communications, trade globally. The same thing is increasingly true with space. If you look at the dependency of this nation and advanced nations on space, it is remarkable. When you swipe your credit card at a gas station, that goes typically through space. And the other thing that's interesting is we talk about the militarization of space, and critics kind of blur the defense, or the distinction, I should say, between putting a weapon in space that can have an effect on Earth versus a weapon in space that could defend our space assets or defend against things transiting space. With the exception of the very small rockets, almost every ballistic missile that's fired transits space. So giving up that ability to intercept it in that regime in a very responsive manner from having a space-based kill capability is, I think, very much to our disadvantage. We need to make sure that we are using all the things that are available to us in our defense. And so I believe that we need to view this as we do any other domain. We need to be able to prepare to defend ourselves in that domain. And you're seeing increasing that with some of the actions that nations have taken in the past.
I'm going to ask Tom Carrico for the next question. You had one you wanted to ask on integrated air and missile defense.
Thank you. I was going to ask specifically about on the integration side. Pardon me. Specifically on the integration side, what do you see as some of the challenges that have kind of stood in the way of integrating really missile defense capabilities to not be a boutique capability off as a niche, but rather, really woven into everything else that we do in all these different domains? And is there sort of technological reasons for that, for the R&D side? Are there service rivalries, going to Peter's question earlier, that have kind of stood in the way of this being not normal in the sense of acquisition, but normal in the sense of integration?
So let me talk tactically and I'll talk strategically, okay? Because I think it's different. Tactically, I think it's a matter of unfamiliarity on the part of the offensive forces with what the missile defense capabilities are, and the fact that you can actually begin to provide a lot of precision based on the precision of our sensors on things like launch locations that can be readily transmitted to offensive strike to be able to take out other launchers in that area, that kind of thing. So some of that is just unfamiliarity that over time I see increasingly an awareness on the offensive side that we need to be able to do that. Strategically, it was more, it was culturally that was founded in some incidents that happened back in the late 70s. For those of you that may not remember, but there was an exercise tape that was put on a real integrated tactical warning and attack assessment system that looked like there was an attack coming from Russia, and it caused us to go to high alert state, et cetera. And because of those incidents, they got very, very strict and very, very disciplined on what sensors and sensor tracks they allow into that system, okay? Now, that was decades ago. We've come a long way since then. So now, breaking down that, both the technical and the cultural divide there, to be able to allow and to understand, because in some cases we have much, much better knowledge of those tracks than the original system did. And breaking those down, I think, is a matter of breaking down the culture, and it's a leadership thing. And I think that we will see over time that will begin to be, that the integration of the offense and defense will become much more fully integrated.
Thank you, Trey. Anybody else like a question? I'm sure Sydney, and just wait for the microphone to come around if you would, please.
Hi, sir. Sidney Friedberg from Breaking Defense. Oh, I have to stand up to be on camera. And now I exist. You mentioned the importance of space, and I can see the utility of space as a domain. The thing that strikes me, though, is it's also kind of like saying, let's build the Great Wall of China out of glass, because space systems are excruciatingly vulnerable now. They move in Newtonian orbits. You can calculate where they're going to be, centuries hence. And the concern I have is, wouldn't a space-based system be extremely vulnerable, and perhaps even an incentive for an adversary to preempt, since it's such a vulnerable target that you could get rid of and just deny us allowability?
Good question, Sidney. First of all, I would say that that's not necessarily true. There's things you can do that will have a space-based constellation much more survivable, that go beyond the security talk of what I can talk about this morning. That's one thing. The other thing is numbers and placement and constellation and orbits and how you orchestrate that, especially as it relates to the terrestrially based assets that you have. So when you look at that combination of effects, you begin to have a much more survivable capability that you could employ. And remember, what are you going to shoot the satellite down with? You're going to shoot it down with an ASAT? Well, a space-based interceptor would have an ability to take out an ASAT. So it's not as straightforward as you might think in terms of vulnerability.
Thank you, sir. John Glassman, Monster Dogs Engineering. Talked about regional threat. Obviously, in terms of volume, that threat is going to increase much faster than the threat against the United States. So that will require presumably more involvement by the offense. What both technical and political considerations should we take into account in anticipating this greater need for activization in regional contingencies?
Okay. Well, what you're talking to there is, especially in regional, is substantial raid sizes. And a lot of what I addressed today would be able to get you that. Remember, and this is something that's often that people forget, we're not trying to build an impenetrable dome that will sit there and take shot after shot after shot. You're trying to build enough of a defense to work in conjunction with your offense to be able to win, to deter, and if deterrence fails, to win. So, but I believe that some of the technologies I outlined this morning start to get to those substantial raid sizes. Having multiple kill vehicles on each interceptor dramatically expands the ability and capability of the defense. Having much more precise knowledge of where those threats are, I think, again, helps you in those types of things, whether it's from space or improvements in the terrestrial-based radars. So I believe that we're not trying to match them one for one in terms of missiles and interceptors. What we're trying to do is provide enough of defense capability that our strategic or our tactical offense could engage, and then, again, win if deterrence fails. Is that what you're asking? Oh, on the offensive side, I'm sorry. So We have, and we are increasingly building very capable weapons that would be able to, given the precise launch point, for example, we could rapidly fill that information into these weapons and have it be there in a matter of minutes, okay? Especially as we're developing increasingly effective weapons, offensive weapons ourselves. So that is one of the things I've talked about, is where you're able, using some of our very precise sensors in missile defense that we use for the missile defense mission, to be able to fund that information into the offense to allow them to use the same information. It basically is a fleeting target that you'd be able to take advantage of the precise knowledge that we would have.
Yeah, let me make a comment on this, because it fascinates me, is that those people like Bill Perry have proposed that we get rid of Minuteman. And as General Wilson, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Air Force, pointed out, why would you reduce the number of targets you have from 500 to 10? And then he pointed out that the Chinese had told him in a recent trip that North Korea had 10 nuclear weapons. So you're basically giving North Korea a shot at all your key nuclear assets, including the ones at sea. Missile defense is the flip side of that. We're making it more difficult for an attacker to figure out how to take us out. And when they get that when you complicate that task, you increase deterrence, not lower deterrence. And what has fascinated me is the opponents of missile defense, like Dr. Perry, are making it easier for someone to attack us. And without missile defense, you have the same phenomenon. Why would you make it easy in a crisis for an attacker to come after you? Which I think is what Trey is saying. Becky, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I wanted Thank you. Thank you for a great speech. I wanted to ask you what our enemies are doing in the way of developing missiles like the hydrogen laser. What impact would our missile defense have in the case of a potential EMP type situation?
Good questions. Well, first of all, I can't go into a lot of detail on what our enemies are doing in directed energy, but suffice it to say that they are not ignoring that. And in fact, there are programs, especially with our peer and near-peer nations, that are pursuing those, the first thing. The second thing, in terms of EMP, actually missile defense is one of the few arrows you have in your quiver, which is if you can engage that warhead far enough away from the nation, that even if it did detonate upon engagement, which is not a given, that you would be able to minimize any EMP effects in the nation. And so, and if you look at the trajectories from North Korea or Iran or whatever, many of those intercepts occur out over the broad ocean areas. And so that's one of the few things you do have in your toolbox to be able to deal with that threat. Because EMP is very susceptible to the altitude of detonation and obviously the size of the detonation.
Sir.
Like my counterpart at my table said, very interesting speech. My question for you is, supposing that we pursue the technological track down and successfully develop and have deployable assets for intercepts along the laser or space-based, my question is, how do we overcome the forward deployment or foreign allied soil deployment issues, such as we faced with the THAAD system or our further NATO missile interception systems in Eastern Europe?
So I didn't bring that up, but that's a very good point, which is if you are able to build space-based capabilities, either the sensor pieces or the intercept or kill layers, you are basically out of that forward-basing negotiations and treaties and everything else, because you can control that deployment yourself. You don't have to have permission to put constellation in orbit of a space-based sensor or space-based kill capability from any other nation on the Earth.
Well, there is one complication to that, and specifically for those of us that are in the China Watcher group, China does have a rather loose definition of its sovereign airspace that further complicates these things and can lead to entanglements that I think any administration in the West would like to avoid. So my question is, how do we overcome either through treaty or maybe a deployment doctrine that has a certain amount of range and reliability for forward basing, that maybe you keep things further enough away because you know you have an operational capacity to strike anyways. But I'm specifically thinking about like our conundrum with the THAAD systems that are currently being heavily debated in South Korea about whether or not they are or not going to be deployed.
I guess I'm not quite understanding. Are you saying that we should recognize China's claim to space above their territory? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm trying to figure out what our doctrine would be, how we would overcome such an issue. Sorry, I was trying to get an idea of like what do you think would be the future of our doctrine to overcome such claims that are going to be used against us and could be, for lack of a better term, maybe something of a small casus belli.
So, if I follow you at all, it appears that I'll kind of use an analogy of the oceans and what we recognize there, and some nations claim large swaths of ocean area that we say we don't recognize that. That's still international ocean. It's international seas as far as we're concerned, and I think the same could apply in terms of what you're asking for, but. Going to space does alleviate quite a bit the requirement to do negotiations for space, for land-based or other ground-based assets to do the same mission.
Just a comment on THAAD. THAAD's radar can see a Chinese launch of a missile over the pole towards the United States, but so can our entire Defense Support Program satellite system, which is what they're designed to do. So it doesn't add anything to what we already have, number one, with respect to that. If the THAAD radar is looking at Chinese missile sites for potential launches, it's not looking at North Korea and therefore can't defend against North Korea, which would be no military commander in the Republic of Korea, American military would do that. And if it's looking at North Korea, not only can it not see a Chinese rocket, but it can't go chase it. It doesn't have the range, nor does it have the speed. So any Chinese missile going over the pole towards the United States, by the time we pick it up on a radar, it's long gone. You can't catch it. So I think that's critical to understand that the Chinese know this, just like the Russians know this with respect to the Romanian and Czech Republic and Polish systems that we have built and trying to build in Europe, is that it's a bogus argument which gets a lot of news coverage, and you see the demonstrations in Republic of Korea, which reminds you of Greenham Common, and the demonstrations against the INF missile deployments in Europe. And, you know, the critics were wrong, and Reagan, Thatcher, Kohl, and company were correct, as we are correct here. I just simply would not cede the Chinese demands, whether it's the South China Sea or whether it's THAAD or whether it's a number of other things, which they, you know, the Chinese seem to think that if they demand something, we should, you know, bend over and say, oh, sorry, we didn't mean it. But I think in this case, it's critical. Their ally and friend, North Korea, is causing the aggression in the north. Sir, you had a question.
Yes, thank you very much. Peter Michael Nielsen from the Danish Embassy. Just following on these questions on the space-based systems, would you see them rather as a supplement or to the terrestrial systems, interceptors and sensors, or would you see them maybe 20, 30, 40 years out in time taking over or sort of being the primary systems, or how is it going to be understood? Thank you.
I would very much see them initially as augmentation to our terrestrial-based capabilities. And therefore, that's why I'm advocating for a modest test bed, first of all, to understand what the technical issues and how they can be resolved. And then secondly, I would look at them as a complement to what we've already deployed terrestrially. That does a number of things. Number one, it is more cost effective in the near term to be able to do that. It takes advantage with what you already have deployed. And number three, it allows you to, that experimentation that says, is this worth doing? And judging at the reactions to that and everything else, and you can make decisions downstream as to how much more robust you make those constellations. So I think for me, it's a very gradual way to move into that type of capability. And as we rely, as we, especially the U.S. and the West, rely so much on space, I think it's very important that we start down that path.
Hey, one last question with Todd Harrison.
So I wanted to come back to the topic of the day of how we integrate our strike and defense systems more coherently together. Could you speak a little bit about, how do missile defense systems help enable our strike capabilities in a conflict? What do they do to help our other assets get into the fight or not be pushed out of the fight?
Well, like I mentioned, first of all, the precision with which we track and understand where a threat is coming from is really better than we have in any other sector of our military. So using that precision is one thing. The other thing you ought to think about that is also unique to missile defense, there's not another system that I'm aware of where you have to tie combatant commanders' situational awareness and battle management capabilities across entire time zones. For example, a launch from North Korea to the United States would involve U.S. Forces Korea, it would involve Japan, it would involve Pacific Command, it would involve NORTHCOM. So you can see today the command and control, the C2BMC centers that we've deployed have that ability to tie that together into common pictures. That technology can be integrated and applied with the offensive situation awareness as well. So I think that that's another foundational piece that we can contribute to that integration of offense and defense.
With that, I want to thank General Obering. Tom, thank you for helping do this, and to CSIS, which is been a partner I've been working with actually since 1981. They were an extraordinary institution and remain so. And again, I want to thank you, Trey, for coming here to speak. Let's give a warm thank you to Trey and for
Thank you.
CSIS.
Appreciate it.
And before we go on to our next speaker, I think we could probably all use a 5-minute coffee break. So please go help yourself to coffee and some more refreshments. Thank you. Okay, if people could start making their ways back to the seats, we'll get started. All right. So my name is Todd Harrison. I'm the director of the Aerospace Security Project here at CSIS, and it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Chris Ford to be our next speaker at our Integrating Strike and Defense Conference today. Dr. Ford is Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Weapons of Mass Destruction and Counterproliferation at the National Security Council. From 2015 to 2016, before the Trump administration, he served as Chief Legislative Counsel for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Prior in his career, I was looking over his resume before this, and there are too many great experiences for me to list, but I'll note a few. Prior in his career, Chris served as the U.S. Special Representative for Nuclear Nonproliferation. And he also, from 1994 to 2011, served as an intelligence officer in the U.S. Navy Reserve. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Chris Ford.
All right. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate the chance to be here. Thank you to CSIS for being such generous hosts today. Thanks to Tom for setting this all up and being able and willing to invite me. I was a summer intern at CSIS back. I was trying to figure out when it was. It's a little scary how long ago it was. I want to say 1990 or something like that. Maybe it was 89. And it was well before this gorgeous new building. It's the first time I've been here, actually, which is sort of embarrassing, in addition to how long ago the internship was. This is a fantastic place, so thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I must start by giving apologies in advance for what I will not be able to say. We are in the middle of a whole range of ongoing policy reviews across the defense and national security space, and most of them are still underway and are things about which it is difficult for me to say really much of anything except that they are underway. That's probably going to limit what I can respond to in the questions and answers, and for that I apologize. I will try to be as forthcoming as I can, notwithstanding all of that, because this is a very interesting topic, and I hope I will be able to at least convey some of why I think it is so interesting. Just by way of example of what we have underway, of course, as you all will know, the Nuclear Posture Review and the Ballistic Missile Defense Review are being led by the Department of Defense, coordinated by my sibling directorate at the NSC, the Defense Directorate. More directly in my own lane, we're also working on a whole range of reviews of arms control and disarmament related things, not the least of which is a review of the Iran nuclear deal, as one has read much about in the papers, and how it fits into broader questions of Iran strategy and policy. All those things are still cooking, if you will, so it's going to be a little hard for me to be too forthcoming about them. But looking at the challenges of defense-offense integration that you guys are addressing at this conference, I think is extraordinarily interesting and helpful and a valuable thing to be doing. So I'll try to be as helpful as I can in talking a little bit about why I think this is so important and try to put it in a little bit of a broader context. Speaking most broadly, I would argue that one of the challenges that we face today in the United States as a policy community on these issues, and this is me speaking, not necessarily an administration position, is in a sense a spin-off of our great global good fortune of a generation ago. In the years after the Cold War, we found ourselves in the very happy position of not feeling like we had to think particularly strategically or competitively about our strategic environment anymore. We seemed, after all, to be at the end of history. I don't mean to pick on Francis Fukuyama, but it was such a pithy, wonderful encapsulation of the zeitgeist of the period that it's hard to resist. Now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't that people in our policy community at the time felt that there wasn't yet still very important work to be done. If you will, the sort of potholes that needed to be filled in along the road to some sort of happy future of globalized modernity and prosperity. Whether it was admonishing a belligerent third world dictator, finding, fixing, and finishing terrorists in some far-flung desert or mountain range someplace, helping underdeveloped countries follow us on the road to prosperity, or trying to resolve ugly ethnic conflicts. There was a lot of important and valuable work still to be done in this post-Cold War world that we felt ourselves to be experiencing. But in a sense, this was all just a process of playing world historical cleanup, if you will, as we set about trying to make the world a better place. We didn't actually feel that we had to worry that much about real competitors or have any need to think in ways that are particularly strategic anymore. After all, we seemed to assume we didn't really have strategic competitors anyway anymore. We merely faced an array of troubled modernizers who just wanted eventually to do what every country clearly wanted to do, which is to say, be just like us. And what they needed at most was sort of our help and embrace to sort of pull them or nudge them or help encourage them along the way to that kind of a future. Behaving as if we were some kind of competition with them, in fact, was not just unnecessary, so much of the conventional wisdom went. It wasn't just unnecessary, it was positively dangerous, because if you behave as if you were a strategic competitor to X, Y, or Z, you would make them into one, and therefore the right answer was obviously to pretend as if there was no competitive relationship at all, and to move forward with that kind of a mindset. I don't mean to suggest that that everyone completely gave up on thinking about strategy in a competitive way. That would be unfair. But I do think that too much of our policy community seems to have taken something of a strategic holiday, spending years worrying about other problems, important though they were, and losing the competitive habit of mind with respect to great power relations. Now, of course, the problem with this, as you will, of course, all know very acutely, especially given the topic of this conference, is that some of the folks who saw themselves as our competitors didn't regard our triumph in the Cold War as an end to history or some kind of teacher's permission to stop thinking strategically. To the contrary, given what we now understand about their threat perceptions and about their ambitions to geopolitical role and status, our unipolar moment was their nightmare scenario. And accordingly, in retrospect, I think quite unsurprisingly, they spent the ensuing years going to school on us, trying to figure out how to break our approaches to acting in the world and to confound the power and freedom of action that we had by that point come to take for granted. But I think we are now at the end of that strategic holiday, and we're clearly confronting some very problematic strategic trends. And I do think we're slowly getting our heads back in that game and are beginning to come to grips with its collective competitive implications. Which brings me to this conference. One of the ways I think that some of our self-regarded competitors have been trying to confound our instruments of power is by confronting us with increasingly sophisticated ways to integrate air defense networks with ever longer ranged ISR and accurate strike capabilities. And by this, of course, I don't just mean ballistic missile, I mean long-range cruise missile capabilities as well. So as to deny us the use of our traditional tools of naval and air power projection in their regions. Now, these capabilities, of course, are described invariably as entirely defensive, and indeed, at one level, they are designed to do no more than to preclude our power projection into a particular geographic area. But you shouldn't, of course, mistake their implications, for however much they ostensibly serve only to protect would-be adversaries from our global malevolence, as it is assumed to be, such tools can also have profoundly offensive implications. Specifically, such defensive shields threaten to carve out geopolitical space in which the possessors of such capabilities might hope to engage with impunity in aggression against smaller, weaker neighbors, including countries that happen to be our friends and especially our military allies. So this is, in other words, a conventionally armed variation on what I like to call the offensive nuclear umbrella that I also worry about emerging in certain countries' nuclear posture. That is a counterpart and a partial answer to the defensive umbrella with which we have long hoped to deter regional aggression. In its offensive variation, the so-called offensive nuclear, this offensive variation of a nuclear umbrella, seeks to deter us, in effect, from coming to the aid of threatened allies, and it therefore creates both literal and metaphorical space in which regional aggression can perhaps be indulged at low cost. These approaches by competitor states are made all the more worrisome still by the dual-use nature of many delivery systems and the development of tools that threaten to present us with an ever more problematically graduated continuum of force across the warfighting spectrum, where we have traditionally assumed the existence only of a dramatic gulf of an empty firebreak, if you will, between conventional and nuclear realms. All this is a long-winded way to say that I am glad that you are addressing these challenges of integrating strike and defense here today, because this complex intersection presents us with all sorts of challenges that we do need to think about. This territory is one in which our competitors have been exploring the lay of the land for quite some time now, and it's certainly time that we do so as well, and learn what we can from it. We need to learn lessons in this new area in order to be able to respond effectively to the challenges that we face. The challenges that integrated approaches on the other side of potential competitive axes present us and for our security planning. And we need to discern whether and to what degree we can take advantage of such dynamics ourselves in some fashion in order better to protect our forces and our allies abroad, the safety and security of the American people at home as well. If we can find good answers to these questions that you are discussing today, I think we will be much better prepared. As National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster and National Economic Council Director Gary Cohn put it last month in the Wall Street Journal, to advance our vital interests, strengthen relationships with our allies and partners, stand up for our people and our way of life, and in general to serve as a true friend to our partners and the worst foe to our enemies. Now, I don't pretend to know the answers to all these questions, and there will, of course, as I said at the outset, there will be limits on how forthcoming I can be. At this point, with the reviews only partly underway across a range of areas, I don't even know enough of these answers to be able to withhold them from you, which is sort of disappointing. I do look forward to the time when I can actually have those discussions with you all with a much higher level of fidelity. But I think it's important to flag the importance of these issues, because I think it's extraordinarily valuable to see smart people like you all wrestling with these challenges as we try to move beyond conventional wisdoms that may have trapped us in bad habits, as we move beyond resting on our Cold War laurels, and as we relearn how to be effective competitors in the novel environments which we may now be forced to confront as the result of a generation of our competitors' efforts to plan against us. It's time to work that angle back in the opposite direction, if you ask me. Thank you very much, and I will do the best I can on questions and answers. That's all right. And I should do that.
All right. Well, I know there's a lot of things that you won't be able to address, but I'll do my best, and you can slap me down or just not reply, however you want. Let me first begin by following up on what you began with, and that's that we are at the end of our strategic holiday. What would you characterize as some of the actions by our geopolitical competitors that helped bring that holiday to a close, and maybe specifically Russia and China? What has helped close that strategic holiday in your mind?
Well, I would suggest that one of the reasons it has, well, there's the issue of its closure, and there's the issue of how we have come to understand its closure, because I think there's a lag between those two, and in terms of how the policy community has come to understand the need to move beyond the kind of post-Cold War complacency that we had in some regards. I think the closure began, hard to put a date on it, but I would guess that certainly in terms of the development of some of the capabilities that we're referring to. I mean, I recall being aware of some of these movements quite a few years ago, even in the late 1990s to a degree. They were things that were visible on the horizon to some extent for those who were watching these things rather carefully. Even today, if you're watching these things rather carefully, especially from the inside, one will be aware of things that are coming years down the road, perhaps, that are more worrisome still. This is a sort of a continuum of development. I don't think there's a particular watershed. And it's a slightly separate question from at what point we began to realize that we did face the need to come back into the competitive strategy business with a bit more seriousness. And partly it was a question of distractions. Partly it was a question of, I think it was just a challenge to wrap one's mind around the fact that strategic thinking and competitive strategy is, good Lord, it's hard. And it costs money to respond to these kinds of things and to meet the kinds of technological and operational and methodological challenges that our adversaries, potential adversaries, I should say, have tried to present us with. And those are difficult things to ask of psychologically, when you're concerned with many other things. It's a difficult shift to get back in the business because the Cold War was certainly no pleasant time. I'm old enough to have come of age and been in graduate school when the Berlin Wall fell, and I remember enough of the Cold War that this was not fun. It was hard work. It was scary stuff, and we lived every day with challenges that sort of would make. And we had an entire generation grow up and come out of university and get into the workforce who weren't even alive when that occurred now. And of course it's a challenge to get back into the business as a political community of trying to think about these things. I don't know exactly when that occurred, but I do think it has lagged somewhat behind the realities that we are confronting operationally. And I think we've come to understand that it's those gradual technological and capability developments in the hands of at least some determined other countries that have put us in a position of not being able to rely in the way that we just sort of took for granted that we always could upon our freedom of action in the world in ways that we are coming to realize can have real dramatic long-term potential consequences and are certainly affecting our alliance relationships and our ability to handle the challenges that we face on a day-to-day level in the world. So I don't know exactly when to put a date on these things, but I think we have begun to cross that divide of getting back into the business. As I said, I think our head is beginning to be back in the game, and this is a bipartisan problem. I don't mean this to attack any particular administration. It was a bipartisan problem, and the shift has certainly not just begun right now. It's been underway for a few years now. And give credit to the folks who have been working these issues pretty hard in the last few years. This is a path on which we're going to have to be continuing, I'm afraid.
And specifically within that, I guess in your mind, how does Russia approach this? What do you think Russia's after with respect to all the different things they're doing, but at the broad level, maybe especially in the NATO environment? What are they after? And maybe put INF, since you mentioned kind of offense or nuclear conventional in there as well. How do you see the INF issue within their larger drive?
I'm not enough of a criminologist to purport to presume to get into their heads in terms of ultimate motivations and that kind of thing. Certainly, it would appear that there is a concerted effort to confront us with a continuum of potential threats and challenges to which we, in many cases, lack proportionate direct responses. I mentioned, I spend most of my time thinking about the nuclear realm rather than the conventional realm, although advanced conventional weapons do occasionally keep me up rather late at night as well. But certainly in the nuclear realm, we have a tradition of, as I mentioned in my remarks, thinking about deterrence through the perspective of essentially, as I described, as sort of a nuclear firebreak. There's a dramatic difference between the conventional realm and the nuclear realm, and to some degree our approaches to deterrence rely upon the existence of that gulf. It is precisely the sort of giant leap from one to the other that makes deterrence, in our view, so compelling. We haven't had to think a lot for a while about how to deal with those kinds of challenges with respect to a competitor who seeks to present us with a continuum of force, or something that is much more like a continuum of force. I mean, we have sort of a step change psychology, and we're increasingly being confronted with a curve. If I were still a think tanker, I might speculate about the right answers for dealing with the challenges of a step change culture confronting a curve. I'm not going to get out in front of my skis on that, but these are the kinds of challenges that are, of course, being wrestled with in things like the nuclear posture review right now. But this is, that's more how they're challenging our, trying to sort of break our approaches to operating in the world. I'm going to take a pass, if you don't mind, on trying to speculate about what they're truly after. I may have some views on that, but we can talk about that offline, perhaps. My apologies for not getting out too far in front of this.
So you mentioned that they've gone to school on us, right? In terms of studying how we do this business and coming up with different capabilities to challenge us. I recently heard an Army general use the phrase or the acronym A3AD, the anti-access area and denial, as the sort of what we need to do to be able to penetrate those kinds of things that have been developed by these folks. There was another phrase the last administration used, the third offset. Is there a sort of a paradigm? Is there a thinking? You mentioned some of this in your remarks about how we need to mobilize to penetrate or to challenge the schoolhouse that's gone to school on us.
I would love there to be a crisp phrase like that, and I think that may be some homework that we can try to do. There isn't one at the moment. I mean, I still myself use A2AD, and I was trying to come up with a few months ago, or actually quite a while ago when I was back in my Hill incarnation, with a crisp way to sort of a cute phrasing to describe counter A2AD. Is it counter area denial, and you get to be a CAD? But that seems sort of pejorative. I don't know what the right answer is on that. It's those challenges with which we are, of course, wrestling. I don't have a good bumper sticker for it yet, but but in discussing these things, there has to be as we begin to build a public policy community discourse on these things, there will have to be, for better or for worse, catchphrases and mantras that will be, in which are encoded very complicated and sophisticated strategic concepts, one would hope, but I don't have a good phrase right now.
And let me follow up with, according to news reports, one of the first reviews to be conducted was the North Korea review. And again, staying within the context of integrating strike and defense, the whole THAAD issue there has gotten a lot of kerfuffle of late, and both politically and in other ways. But presumably, on the principle of integrating strike and defense, it's not there simply to play catch, but to support our overall deterrence and defense posture on the peninsula. So is there anything you can kind of say about the thinking of the administration about the Korea problem, and maybe how that fits in?
Well, I mean, it is accurate to say that the North Korea review was maybe the very first or certainly the first that came sort of out of the box, if you will. One of the things that I liked very much about the process through which we went, and this is something that we've tried to replicate in other reviews as well, is I was extremely impressed by the degree to which we were both allowed and encouraged to think through from first assumptions a whole range of policy alternatives. This wasn't a question of having people sit around and debate whether we should turn the dial up a little bit or down a little bit. This was in effect, a very explicit sit down and interrogate all your prior conventional wisdoms, and let's walk through the pros and cons of a range of options that run all the way across the very predictable gamut, from whatever you might imagine it to be, something along the lines of embracing with sloppy kisses to getting into a serious ugly scrap, with a million gradations in between. I mean, all kinds of different options, and it was really extraordinary to see people debating that full spectrum. And there are lots of things that you can easily neck down after not a lot of debate, but it's important, I thought, and I was very proud to be part of this process in a small way. It was very important that we, I think, were able to articulate pros and cons of the entirety of that range of options before coming down, at least for now, where we are at the moment. That's a process we're trying to emulate across other things. In its specifics, I mean, clearly the point right now is to try to put, there were things that had not been done in the past. I mean, this is a somewhat amped up version of pre-existing policy because there were tools that had not been employed and buttons that had not been pushed, if you will, metaphorically, that we felt it was useful to try to do, to put the North Koreans in a place where they would perhaps be willing, finally, to engage seriously in a way that would, in fact, result in the nuclear and missile threat set being tuned back down. Engagement with the Chinese was a very important part of this, and trying to get them to do much more than they'd ever been willing to do before. I think current events have conspired to help make that case at least more plausible. It is widely believed that the Chinese prize the status quo and a sort of relative degree of stability on the peninsula over what they imagine the alternatives to be if they were to cooperate with us too closely. We've been trying to encourage them to understand the status quo not as a static point, but as a trajectory, and a trajectory that's going downhill rather fast. And so actually the true friend of stability, we think, is one who will actually work with us to put that threat set back in the box in some way. Our objective is not to change the regime. It's not to collapse the regime there, but it is to keep us from having to face the kind of very serious threats that they seem hell-bent on presenting us with. So, this is still just beginning, and there's no guarantee, of course, that we will succeed in this, but our hope is that we will be able to work to close off various avenues of financial support for the weapons program and for the regime in its military endeavors that they get through all kinds of overseas dealings and economic engagement in ways that haven't been closed off before. Work with the Chinese to help do that more effectively. And then with a bit of luck, together we'll be able to put them in a place where they'll finally be willing to have a serious talk about cutting back that threat set. If they don't, we'll have to reassess, and time is not necessarily, well, no, time is very finite. As Secretary Tillerson has said, we are not in the strategic patience business anymore. We are becoming gradually impatient, but we certainly hope that these additional measures will help make a difference. If they don't, we'll have to see where that goes after that.
Great. Well, why don't we open up to questions? We've got some microphones in the back. Raise your hand, state your name, and keep it in the form of a question. Sydney, I see Sydney first. Want to bring a mic up here?
Hi, Sidney Freeberg from Breaking Defense. Since you addressed some very big almost sort of cultural questions about the national defense community I wanted to engage on the same level. You point out, we've had years of either complacency about great powers and focus on, terror threats, essentially. The question is this president and his cadre of advisors the right person to change that culture? I mean, I don't think Trump has any problem understanding competition. I think that's his natural world outlook. But given the alienation of many of our allies, especially in Europe, given some of the tendencies to make intemperate statements, given the back and forth on whether China and Russia are partners or not, make the case why this president and this administration can actually bring us to the new place we need to be in terms of thinking about the strategy and the global challenges.
Well, I would ask you to give us a chance to develop and to articulate our policies. These reviews are, most of this stuff is still cooking in the oven, and we hope and think that when these various reviews roll out, they will speak to these issues on their own terms. You can pick any particular arena, and there are very few of these things that unfortunately, I find it frustrating to go to events like this and to not be able to talk about where we are and things. That's not really what I like to do. Those of you who know me from before know that I love engaging on this kind of stuff, and I'm looking forward to the days when we will be able to articulate and defend where we're going on these policies. I think they'll speak for themselves, good policies, I think, elicit thoughtful adherence. And I think when you give us a chance to present these things and articulate them and bring them out to our allies and partners in the international community, I think you'll see some results.
Good. Peter.
Chris, Peter Husey at the Mitchell Institute in Aerospace Studies. Thank you for being here. I have a question. The nature of the Cold War enemy was totalitarian. I often find in the description of who we're having problems with is there's not a very coherent look at it. What I want you to address is the extent you can talk about how these adversaries cooperate with each other, in particular Iran and North Korea, in particular in the both nuclear area, but if you can address some other areas like missiles.
That's a hard topic to address here. As someone who was around on Capitol Hill in the late 1990s, I do remember the Rumsfeld Commission study looking at issue of ballistic missile proliferation and the challenges that we faced in that area. One of the things I recall most strikingly from that study was an acute, almost painful appreciation for the ways in which synergies and cooperation between bad actors can accelerate things beyond what we may otherwise have anticipated. At least as I recall their critique, and someone may have been involved in this here, so please correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection is that they took to task many of the prevailing assumptions in the intelligence community, which had been based upon, in effect, linear projections from how we did things, and that because we did things in this particular fashion with this many flight tests and this degree of assurance and making sure that things were reliable, that therefore we could expect the same sort of progression from various rogue actors out there who were building their own missile programs, the North Koreans and the Iranians, whoever it might be, and that we should expect them to progress over certain periods of time and in certain ways that were based upon our own understandings of how we had done that. And one of the things that the Commission and its report managed to do, I thought very effectively, was to point out that, that might or might not be true, and there are a couple of ways you should question that analysis, one of which had to do with the degree of cooperation between them. Certainly the history of nuclear weaponry, for example, suggests that there is a sort of a transitive property of knowledge here to some degree. First of all, there's the fact of, once you know that it's possible, you, in a sense, get to have a bit of a leg up in getting there faster than the original mover. Not knowing that something is possible is a systems engineering challenge. Knowing that it is possible helps you move down the road more quickly. It's also true that not everyone has necessarily our kind of OCD engineering standards of excellence. People may be willing to get away with, be willing to live with a lot more, to assume a lot more risk in system development than we. Or they may not, but this is a subjective this is part of a sort of engineering culture in some respects, rather than an objective law of nature. And most importantly, this issue of cooperative synergies. And it may be the case that if I get there first, I help you out, and you get there extraordinarily fast. And if Tom is trying to figure out how fast you get there, looking only at what you're doing as if you were in a hermetically sealed bottle, he's going to miss a whole lot. I thought the Commission was very good at pointing that out. That stands, I think, as a lesson to all of us in worrying about synergies of cooperation between bad actors out there. I am going to take a pass on talking about any specific cooperation that may or may not have been occurring. But rest assured, this is a focus of very considerable concern and attention, and those kinds of things can change the equation. We certainly saw that in the nuclear realm with AQCon, jump-starting a whole bunch of people's programs that would never have gotten particularly far. Many of them didn't get very far anyway, thank goodness. I was involved in getting the stuff out of Libya in 2004. They did not seem to get very far with all the nice kit that they had, and that's a good thing. But a little more time, a little more engineering knowledge with the stuff that they got might have been a very dangerous thing entirely. And of course, their support for the Iranian program is quite notable and prominent now. And there's a long history of cooperative efforts there about which we should be concerned, and about future cooperative efforts we should be very worried.
Who else? Here in the back. Right behind you there.
Good morning. My name is Tatiana Kalmakova, RIA Novosti News Agency. I have a question on North Korea. Today, Moscow announced that they prepared a roadmap for peace settlement in North Korea. First of all, are you familiar with this initiative? Are you ready to discuss it with Russian partners? And is North Korea one of the area for possible cooperation between Moscow and Washington? Thank you.
We've certainly said in general terms with respect to Moscow that there are obviously some challenges in the relationship. There are irritants. There are things with which we are extremely unhappy in terms of their conduct in the world. But nonetheless, we are open to areas of cooperation on shared interest. Certainly we are working to identify those areas of shared interest and hope to engage with them in the near future on these kinds of questions in general. Whether that is specifically among them, I will leave to my regional colleagues in the State Department.
All right, who else? Right here in the front. Back there.
Thank you. John Glassman, Monster Dogs Engineering. President issued a very firm statement last night in terms of chemical weapons are used by the Syrians. They would pay a price. And we all know from the Syrian plane shoot down last week, the Russians have threatened escalation in these scenarios. The question is not related to that specifically, but to what extent in your reviews have you built in procedural, policy, and technical considerations for consultation with potentially affected regional allies and partners in such scenarios such as that?
Well, I won't go into specifics, but of course, those kinds of consultations are obviously an important part of acting in the world. We are trying to, every new administration learns to some degree on the fly. We hope that the process will be even smoother and more effective than last time. It is something about which we're very concerned. I think the President's statement, of course, or the White House statement last night speaks for itself in terms of concerns. But I think it's worth pointing out that in reaction to the sarin nerve agent use against Khan Sheikhoun back at the beginning of April, the President's action was, this was the President's action. This is a very personal decision that he made in response to the atrocity that struck him in a very powerful way. And he reacted, I think, powerfully and appropriately in reaction to that atrocity, and I think sent a very clear statement. And last night we tried to repeat the emphasis of that statement. I mean, the best way to deal with a chemical weapons atrocity is to deter it from happening, and that is part of what we are trying to do right now. Obviously, in doing that, there's a messaging component and a diplomatic component, and you can be sure that that's all going on. And indeed, some of it's actually public, as we noticed last night. So this is something with which we're very engaged, and we hope that, well, in a sense, hopefully statements like the one last night make themselves irrelevant. The whole point of this is so that that nothing actually occurs as we fear that it might. So please wish us luck on this. This is extraordinarily important, and we're trying to make sure that everyone does indeed get the message in just the way you're describing. So.
There's one back in the corner here.
Good morning. My name is Michael McKee. I'm from Intrepid. Some of our newest weapons being deployed by the U.S. military integrate strike and defense. They're multiple use weapons. So as you go through these policy reviews, how do you ensure that the top-down policy decisions don't hamper or limit the tactical operational considerations that need to be used if you try to deploy these weapons into areas where you normally wouldn't put an offensive weapon? As these weapons become more and more standard in the fleet or in the Army, the Marine Corps, how do you make sure you don't
What's these weapons you're talking about? Can I clarify that?
What are the weapons?
Yeah, specifically.
Naval missiles. Naval missiles. So how do you make sure you don't limit the freedom of navigation or where you deploy certain forces based on policy?
Well, I don't know that I can get into any particular issues of operational planning and that sort of thing. I mean, and I think it's probably a mistake to describe this as just being a top-down policy process either. I mean, as I described, the range of options that it is our ambition to consider in as many cases as possible, and certainly the things with which I'm involved, I think that we're doing a pretty decent job in that because that's what I have most visibility into, at least. This isn't just a process. The whole point was to avoid a circumstance in which a new administration comes in and says, okay, here's what the received wisdom is going to be, coming down as if chiseled in stone from Sinai, and thou wilt go forth and build a working group process to develop a policy that is that conforms to that a priori assumption of what the right answer is, right? That's not what we're doing. We're actually building this stuff. There's an enormous amount of staff work, for example, in the NPR that's been going on right now for quite a few weeks, an enormously intensive process to build up the factual predicate and the staffing out of what it is that people at higher levels will be able to have in front of them to evaluate a whole range of option sets and to look at these questions from a threat and opportunity-based framework and build to the right answer from there. So I just want to quarrel a little bit with your sort of the assumption of top-down. As for the specifics of how to do these things, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take a pass. Obviously, the intention, the whole point of synergies and the integration of systems like this is to take advantage of flexibilities and opportunities that would not be the case if you look at these in stovepipes. It is part of our ambition to look across stovepipes so that we can have that kind of panoptical perspective. Humans being what they are, we're not going to succeed perfectly in that. We certainly are aware of the challenge and are hoping to do a pretty good job. And if we don't, please let us know. And we can have discussions at future events like this and try to figure out how to fix any problems that result therefrom. So.
Who else?
I'm afraid my non-answers have lulled them into a stupor.
Other questions? Good. Right here.
Thank you. I'm Don Baker from the Joint Integrated Air and Missile Defense Office in the Pentagon. I would like to know what the administration is thinking along the lines of the moving away from Goldwater Nichols and the regional combatant commanders' control of the war to this point and moving into a more global structure of some sort. Is there any move in that direction in the administration that you know of? Thank you.
I'm afraid I don't have that for you. That's not really my lane in the road. My apologies.
Sydney, you want to go again?
Since we can't talk about the answers, let's talk about how you guys are asking the questions, because you're giving us descriptions of this process, but talk to me about how you actually are going through these reviews from your point of view, your experience, sort of cradle to, we haven't even reached the grave yet, but cradle to wherever we are now. What's different about this from past experiences you've had? What is sort of the value being added? And then looking ahead, how do you make sure this administration doesn't tweet something that undoes the 6 months of work you've done?
I mean, beyond what I've said already about the process, I'm not frankly sure what to add. I mean, certainly something like the nuclear posture review or the ballistic missile defense review are exactly the sort of very large, heavily staffed out, multi-working group sorts of processes to build the intellectual foundations that you might imagine. Working group structures, senior working groups that then take, that are sort of fed up into, and at some point, of course, there will be, deputies and principals level considerations, the president himself, of course, at the end of the day. There's nothing all that surprising about that, I suppose, as an interagency process. There are greater and lesser variations on that being done across the policy space. We are, for example, I mentioned one of the things that I inherited was a staff devoted to implementing the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action nuclear deal with Iran. We have been engaged and continue to be engaged in a review of that nuclear deal. It is, however, we thought it was very clear from the beginning that it was not possible to do that in a sort of an isolated bubble, and that to answer the questions about what the right answer was on the nuclear deal couldn't really be done without some feel for what broader questions of Iran policy and Middle Eastern strategy should be. So what we've tried to build in that context, for example, is a series of nested reviews. My directorate has been working on the nuclear piece itself, building out just the kind of options that I described earlier, a full range of things from stuff, I guarantee you there are at least 2 options that any individual person here would find profoundly unhappy with, that would be very unhappy with and find distasteful, that we actually considered in the space of looking at this. We wanted to make sure that the entire spread was considered. We built that option set out, and we have fed those series of options into an ongoing policy of Iran strategy review, so that these questions can be answered on their own. One of our complaints about the previous administration, and this is a complaint that I was also making on the Hill when I was there, is we were a little concerned that the emphasis upon the JCPOA itself had been such that the nuclear tail wagged the rest of the Iran policy dog, and that by virtue of having this deal in place on the nuclear front, it was therefore a situation in which there were created incentives to protect that deal, such that it was incentivizing maybe compromises being made on other aspects of Iran policy. We can't really we can't pressure them too much on that support for terrorism or that regional destabilization or the missile development, because if we do too much there, they'll get all unhappy and they might walk away from the deal. And so therefore the nuclear deal became something on the altar of which the rest of Iran policy was to some degree sacrificed. We are determined not to do that and not to have that dog get wagged by the nuclear tail. So the ambition, at least, is to have these processes all feed together in a way that the answers are arrived at in an integrated way. We have an integrated canine, not a nuclear tail wagging the dog, I guess. Just by way of as an example of the process, that's what we aspire to do across a range of issues. I speak about that one because that's one that I'm very closely involved in, but there are, of course, many other areas.
Can I follow up on a piece of that, which is you mentioned the missiles, and also the air defenses.
Beleaguered dog metaphors.
This is the ear or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
What kind of questions let me pull a Sydney here. What kind of questions do you ask, and how do you think about kind of the missile and also the air defense challenges, Iran's A2AD attempts?
I don't want to be too specific on that. I mean, obviously these are parts of the overall puzzle, and clearly when thinking through option sets, you got to have be alive to the costs and risks and challenges of each option. And of course, it's going to vary. And I don't know what really to add to that. Except that it necessarily follows from looking at the full range of options that you need to have some pretty tough conversations. And of course, the name of the game from the other side of the equation. And what's the old Helmut von Moltke, the elder thing about no plan survives first contact. The adversary has a vote in what answers you can arrive at. And so these have to be dynamically decided. And we're certainly going to come out of the box with as good an initial starting point as we can. But the whole point of the interagency process is that you're able to hopefully dynamically retask, and if as circumstances change, which they sometimes do.
Todd.
So you started off mentioning, the end of history, and it's something that I've joked about here with some colleagues is that, perhaps we've reached the end of strategy. That
I hope not.
We'd be out of business here before long, so we definitely hope not. But it seems that way sometimes because, I think you could argue that we've, as a nation, have stopped thinking strategically and stopped thinking about how we could seriously change defense strategy or overall national security strategy, just because the institutions, the processes are built up in a way that it doesn't lend itself towards change. And from administration to administration, what we often see is much more continuity than change. So my question to you is, what do you think are some of the impediments to making serious shifts in defense strategy, and what can we do about that?
I think one of the biggest challenges to thinking strategically is, well, this is sort of like a 12-step program, right? You have to sort of, stand up and say, hey, hi, I'm Chris, I've been on a strategic holiday. And you all go say, oh, hello, Chris, welcome. And recognizing that you need to address the challenge is an inescapable part. It doesn't mean that, of course, you will be able to, having recognized it, but you can't answer the mail unless you recognize that you need to, right? So I think the first challenge is for our public policy discourse to get to the point where people are actually instinctively rather than sort of reluctantly, and if you may be led to this sort of like, well, I suppose you have a point at the end of a long conference seminar or something, but it needs to be much more visceral than that. It's like, yeah, we have a problem. And I think we are getting to the point where we admit that we have a problem, and therefore it is beginning to be the kind of policy discussion space in which we can come up with agreed solutions. At the moment, I think we have a pretty good feel for it that we face multiple strategic challenges. We are not at the point where there is anything remotely like a consensus on exactly how to meet those challenges. That's obviously the order of the day. I think we're making progress all on that continuum. I think that's probably the biggest single thing, is recognizing that you need to do this in the first place. I think to some extent, complexity itself is a bit of a challenge. I mean, there's this perennial thing of like, how on earth do you affect change in something as complicated as the international space? Is it possible to do so? Is it possible that your inputs to the, I don't want to get all complexity theory here, right? But these systems can be very resistant to change, both in bureaucratic terms in the policy community itself and more broadly in the international space. There's always a challenge of knowing to what degree your input can create enough of a perturbation to change the way things are, A, and B, to change the way things are in a way that is better than the way things were. No guarantee you can always do that. These are intrinsic challenges, and but I think we need to resist the conclusion from that mere fact of complexity that therefore one shouldn't worry about trying. Oh, it's just too much, too hard. I don't think that's the case either, and so one needs to be trying in a purposive way to move forward, but also alive to the challenges of, for example, in the NPR context, one of the things that we're at an extraordinary point. I mean, this is worth a table thump, right? We're at an extraordinary point right now in the nuclear posture review context, insofar as we have an NPR that is occurring at the very beginning of very, very long programs, expensive programs of record to modernize all three legs of our triad, and oh, by the way, do something about all the decades of deferred maintenance on our nuclear infrastructure. We face enormously important choices that will decide the way things are into the late years of this century in a strategic environment about which today we know pretty much nothing, right? I mean, look back, I don't know when the last Columbia boat's going to go, anticipated to go out of service, but, project forward to the point when the last of those disappears that we're now beginning to design. And then take those years and put them backwards in time and think about the strategic environment of, I don't know, what would be the 40s or something, right? We know nothing about the environment for which we are currently planning, and in ways which, and we're making decisions today that will, in effect, in some respects, hardwire us for how it is we are able to meet our national security challenges at that time. This is an extraordinary demanding thing, and one of the things we have to be alive to in that challenge of complexity is building in, I used to work for Hudson Institute, and the founder of Hudson was a guy named Herman Kahn. Some of you old-timers may remember Herman Kahn. And he had some wonderful comments. At one point, I heard him quoted. I didn't have the privilege of knowing him, but I've heard him quoted at one point about sort of the systems engineering challenges of building for off-design situations, right? In other words, like, when you build your physical devices or you build your strategies, have an eye not just to how it will perform optimally under the circumstances that you wish it to encounter, but also how it fails. Can your system fail elegantly? If your assumptions about the environment are wrong in some way, how does what you have enable you to meet the challenges that you will then in that unexpected situation face? And I think we have to do strategic planning with an eye also to how it is that our plans will fail most elegantly, insofar as we really don't know a hell of a lot about the ultimate environment that we're going to be facing in these contexts. And we should have an eye to the flexibility and the agility and the robustness and resilience that will let us at least adequately perform, even if we happen to get some of those assumptions wrong. That's a hell of a thing to do in practice. It's all very cute to say, but it's part of what we're self-consciously trying to do as best we can. I hope we can do it.
Well, I think that's a fine table thump on which to conclude our discussion here. So thank you very much, Chris. This was a lot of fun. Please join me in thank you. And we'll take a 15-minute break, go out and get some coffee and stretch your legs, and we'll come back for a panel at 10:15. I started to ask you about space.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for sticking around for our next feature here today as part of the Integrating Strike and Defense Conference. We initially had thought about making two separate panels, one on missile defense and one on offensive strike, and then we realized the whole theme was integration. So we integrated our panel. So we have one big dream team panel up here today. And so what I plan to do in terms of the format is I'm going to go through and introduce each of our speakers and let them give about 5 minutes or so of opening remarks. And then we're going to come back at the end and I'll have a few follow-up questions for them, and then we'll open it up for questions from the audience. So I want to start to my immediate right here. Mara Carlin is former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy and Force Development. She is now, we did not update our program, but she is now full-time at SAIS as Assistant Professor and Associate Director for Strategic Studies right across the street here at the Johns Hopkins School for Advanced International Studies. So, Maren, why don't we start with you?
Great. Thank you so much for having me today. Yes, I thought when I left government I would also leave long, clunky titles. Apparently that's not the case. So I wanted to offer three thoughts. The first is painting the picture of the security environment. The second, a couple ideas on power projection and A2AD. And the third is to wrap up with why the title of our panel makes me really nervous. So the first is the security environment. And we know there are a number of characteristics that we're seeing, including a diffuse threat, a more chaotic and competitive playing field, and an increasing divergence between the fights we have to prepare for and the fights that we are in the throes of. And that last point is worth highlighting because it means that our focus ends up being increasingly distracted. If you look across the conflict spectrum, you see about 3 different buckets of challenges that I think the defense world needs to worry about. The first is obviously the pretty high end, so this is where China and Russia would fit. China, as we know, has the most active and diverse ballistic missile development in the world, per a recent Defense Department report. And if you haven't read it yet, the latest China Military Power Report is a scintillating read. It underscores that the Chinese are focusing on developing the capability to deter and defeat power projection, particularly focused on the United States, and doing all sorts of scary things in terms of updating and progressing its missile force. This is most relevant, of course, as it relates to the East China Sea, the South China Sea, and Taiwan. The second kind of high-end challenge to worry about is Russia. We know, of course, that Russia has been modernizing its military pretty seriously since 2008, but particularly since 2011. And according to another DoD report, it has the largest strategic ballistic missile force outside of the United States. More notably, we just see it on the global stage in a way that we haven't for a long time. And this is, of course, most relevant as it relates to the Middle East and Europe these days. So that would be one bucket. Another bucket are sort of these middle powers. This is North Korea and Iran. On North Korea, looking at this crowd, there's not much I can say that you all don't really know. So what I might just emphasize is Kim Jong-un has tested more missiles than his father and grandfather combined in less than 6 years. So if you are feeling good, I hope that has made you discomfited. This is obviously relevant for both the U.S. military out in the Asia-Pacific, but also our allies. And then there's Iran, which has the largest quantity of ballistic missiles in the Middle East. If you were watching about a week ago, you saw that turns out the Iranians have terrible aim, which is really nice to know. But it's also worrisome when you look at how the Iranians don't hesitate to give their weapons to violent non-state actors. Which brings me to that last group. When you look at groups like Hezbollah, for example, you see that thanks to the Iranians, they've got about 140,000 missiles and rockets. That's particularly worrisome if you're following Syria right now and how close the U.S. military is getting to an entanglement with a group like that. So a few thoughts as we think about power projection and anti-access area denial environments. First, our context really matters, so that high-end bucket versus the violent non-state actor bucket looks pretty different. Second, as you think about A2AD, I think it's really easy for us to worry about a dome. Do I have any Harry Potter fans in this crowd? Harry Potter fans? Okay, so the Battle of Hogwarts, there's the amazing dome that gets built, right, by all the professors. That's not what it looks like. In fact, Admiral Locklear, I think, has had the best description of how to think about countering A2AD that I've ever heard. And he says, think about it like Swiss cheese and poking holes in it. So don't use the dome analogy. Also, a thought on sanctuary, which has become kind of a meme. You know, the Defense Department has done some big investments in the last few years in standoff munitions, which are great, but we need to remember that standoff keeps getting further and further away. That's worrisome. Secondly, there's a pretty heavy political element here, of course. Turns out our allies and partners actually live in the region, and they need to know we have their back. There's some great progress being made in things like dynamic basing, resilience, hardening, and I give real kudos to the Air Force for that progress so far. So finally, I just want to wrap up with why the title of this panel makes me a little bit nervous. How we approach threats really matters, and there are profound crisis stability implications of relying on offensive strikes as part of broader missile defense. What are we trying to signal? This is all political at the end of the day, and if you look at examples like Aegis Ashore in the Russia context or THAAD in the South Korea context, it's clear that these are both supposed to be defensive. If you made some sort of meaningful shifts here, if, say, for example, you were able to defend and then also use offensively, then our competitors and our adversaries around the world will watch what we are doing, and it will really affect strategic stability. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. And so next up, I want to go to Tom Earhart, who is recently joined as Vice President for Defense Studies at the Long-Term Strategy Group and was recently in the Pentagon working as a Special Assistant to the Deputy Secretary of Defense. So Tom, over to you.
Thank you very much, Todd, and thank you to CSIS, the Mitchell Institute for putting this together. Real thanks to Chris Ford for coming here and taking all the shots that he has to take. It's really important that people like Chris come out here and talk to us about what's going on in the NSC. And also, thanks to my boss for allowing me to come here. Jackie Deal is the President and CEO of the Long-Term Strategy Group, who's going through a fairly significant expansion, and they're very, very serious people when it comes to closing the strategy holiday that Chris Ford talked about. So I'm very pleased to be working there now. Let's talk a little bit about the DPRK, because for me, when it comes to this issue, the case of the DPRK is one in which we can sort of outline what some of the issues are with regard to the integration, what I call integrated surveillance, interdiction, and defense. Strategies are very country and case dependent, and DPRK obviously presents a very urgent, unique, and representative case. However, let's just think back a little bit. When I was first brought into policy by Dr. Jim Miller to be his strategic advisor, he put me on this particular problem, the DPRK and their missiles, in the fall of 2012. And think about what happened in rapid succession thereafter. Within about a 3-month period from December of 2012 to March of 2013, they launched a TD-2. They launched their Sputnik, a satellite into orbit. They tested a nuclear weapon, and they made, for the first time, specific nuclear threats against the United States of America. So all these things were a major escalation in their what are typical cycles of provocation by the DPRK that caused everyone to stand up and take notice, and I was a part of that. And so much of what I'm about to say comes from a lot of practical experience in the trenches trying to work these issues in the bureaucracy. You know, the bottom line is, as Mara said, that, you know, how we deal with threats like the DPRK are going to define regional escalatory dynamics. They're going to define the stability that exists in these adversarial relationships. And really what they really affect the behavior of our allies and how they respond to the urgency of the threat and our willingness to be able to defeat them. So there's a highly interactive nature to this whole thing that we must be aware of. And when it comes to North Korea, it's important to state that from a policy point of view heretofore, we have a strategic stability relationship with China and Russia, but not with the DPRK. We have a mutual vulnerability agreement with Russia, but not with the DPRK. So what does that mean? That means that in many ways we have a policy choice about how we deal with that, and typically we kind of slouch into the future and just sort of let it evolve on its own. In this case, I think we need to accept the responsibility to our people and our allies to pursue a strategy that diminishes the chance of a successful DPRK nuclear attack. It minimizes the day-to-day and crisis coercive leverage that they get from that, and manages escalatory dynamics, and most importantly, stays ahead of the DPRK nuclear threat to our homeland and that of our allies. Okay, you know, the bottom line to this is that a balanced strategy depends on integrated surveillance, and I just want to, that wasn't up on the title here, but I think surveillance and reconnaissance is very important. Interdiction, what I call interdiction rather than strike, and defense, and what General Obering talked about today in missile defense. But it has to be synchronized by a resilient command and control structure. So that's what I want to turn to next. Some of the challenges, and I want to go down a laundry list for you in terms of what I think are needed in terms of a much more synchronized, resilient command and control structure. First of all, the problem that we have is that at least 4 combatant commanders are involved in trying to solve this problem. I just defined a major problem and challenge for you right there. In any bureaucracy, this is going to be an issue. It certainly is here. It was brought up by one of the questioners this morning. But the bottom line is that when the only adjudicator to a combatant commander is the Secretary of Defense, you need some other way of handling that. And Chairman Dunford has talked about this sort of legacy of Goldwater-Nichols, and in my view, there needs to be greater centralized management of these multi-combatant commander threats. This is one of them. And I think that can be done within the Pentagon, within the law, and done effectively. And we need to look into more, and where we can start, for instance, is start with a more integrated alert posture for deterrence and assurance, similar to the DEFCON and posture concept in the Cold War. We need specialized ISR-C2 interdiction and defensive capabilities that no one combatant commander would necessarily advocate for themselves. When you bring the whole problem together, a whole set of capabilities emerges. Also, I want to just emphasize testing exercises and operational demonstrations. I think we need to take more risk in exercises and demonstrations to assure our allies and to deter bad behavior. But especially when it comes to missile defense, the rate and results of our testing clearly isn't keeping up with the rate, as Mara Carlin just talked about, the rate of missile testing that's going on in the DPRK. So those are the kinds of things that we have to think about in a competitive strategy format. Finally, just a quick list of capabilities I think we need to think about much more seriously. When it comes to interdiction, there's been a little bit of an obsession within the Pentagon and other national security quarters with left-of-launch solutions to missile problems. That is to say, if we can take care of the problem over here to the left of launch in maybe a non-kinetic way, then the whole problem sort of just goes away. Unfortunately, that's a very seductive way to wish away the threat. You have to think about it comprehensively, and you have to think about hardcore interdiction of these threats and be able to do that in a credible way to showing it to both adversaries and allies. Reconnaissance and surveillance spans the spectrum. General Obering talked about what missile defense sensors can do, but it's much broader than that. For instance, you have to be able to do a much better job of indication and warning. Your revisit rate of your overhead has to be able to handle any movements that an adversary might make to posture themselves, and you have to have unwarned surveillance, which means penetrating airborne type surveillance to be able to handle the really difficult problems that come from someone moving around and trying to posture for a strike, for a surprise. Finally, I'll just talk about some tailored strike systems that also matter. Persistent penetrating airborne systems really matter a lot here, and they're sort of coupled with what General Obering talked about with boost phase intercept, which I think has tremendous deterrent and assurance capacity for us, that we should be thinking about readdressing that capability to be able to deal with missiles in their boost phase. In summary, the most important problem that we have here is the integration of these capabilities within the staff and operationally. Within the staff, dealing with the challenge of multiple combatant commanders and stakeholders, and operationally with a much more resilient, much more integrated, much more 21st century command and control method for dealing with an integrated missile defense. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So next up, Rick Glitz is the Technical Director at the Joint Integrated Air and Missile Defense Organization, JIMDO. And Rick, I understand you have some slides you're going to show. So Rick, over to you.
Go to number one right there. Thank you, Todd, for the introduction. I want to thank Tom Carrico for inviting me to participate today, and add my thanks to CSIS for running this great missile defense series. I've heard some real powerful voices speak in this forum before, and it's an honor to be asked to join the podium today. So I'm the Technical Director at JIMDO. If you've never heard of us, we're part of the Joint Staff J8. So fundamentally, we're a requirements organization. We work with the combatant commands to help refine their desired warfighting capabilities for integrated air and missile defense. We work with them to develop their integrated priority lists and run the chairman's capability gap analysis for IAMD. But beyond the requirements foundation for our organization, we also do a bunch of what I call other really cool stuff. We run the Virtual Warfare Center out in St. Louis for the Nimble Fire simulation war game. We run the Black Dart, which is the annual counter UAS tech demo and exercise, the world's largest live fire counter UAS exercise, which just completed last month at Eglin Air Force Base. We do some in-depth studies and analysis, the joint capabilities mix and joint integrated air and missile defense capabilities mix studies. They're an ongoing series, and we actually deliver advanced combat ID technology to the warfighter. Another thing we do that I'm going to talk a little bit about today is deliver some of the foundational documents that underpin the whole integrated air and missile defense enterprise. Tom told me it was okay if I went a little bit over, so I do have a few slides. There's lots of exciting things going on in IAMD today. There's Shahed 129s being shot down over Syria. There's Su-22s also being shot down. We have the weekly missile launch from North Korea, putting THAADs in ROK. We're intercepting Bears. The Russians are intercepting our airplanes. There's cruise missiles flying in the Mideast. It's easy to focus on the big flashy stuff, the big ticket items. Everybody likes pictures of burning wreckage, depending on what it is, of course. But that only gives you a partial view of what's going on in integrated air and missile defense. There's a lot going on behind the scenes to ensure we use a common lexicon, share common goals, and see a common vision for IAMD. So without these common devices, each entity, a service, a COCOM, whatever, would follow its own trajectory toward integrated air and missile defense, or maybe not. There'd be little or no interoperability between the services. No interdependence with our allies would lag, or at least it would be very slow in coming. So JIMDO has been at work to help provide these underpinning documents for the community, a common frame of reference and a library that forms the foundational literature of integrated air and missile defense. So here's a few of our completed products in use today. In December 2013, we wrote the chairman's vision for integrated air and missile defense in 2020. Tom Carrico mentioned that earlier. It's signed by the chairman, and it's his goal for all the services and the COCOMs. It's his vision. It's not directive. It's what's off on the horizon for IAMD. It's a little bit dated now since it's been out for a little over 4 years, but it's still valid. We're approaching the target date of 2020. Maybe it's time for a refresh. Some of the parts of the vision are still elusive, but there's progress being made on this. In September 2014, the chairman also signed our Integrated Air and Missile Defense Roadmap. It's not, I didn't put a picture of it on there, it's classified, didn't want to have the classification markings on there. That outlines prioritized capability gaps and our most urgent technical needs for integrated air and missile defense. A regional command and control concept of operations, regional C2 CONOPS is the center document on the picture. This explores C2 roles and responsibilities, describes specific capabilities necessary to improve C2 of IMD and integration within a specific geographic region. That was out in March 2015. This integrates ballistic missile and air defense missions, as well as electronic warfare and offensive counter-air, and it assists systems engineers and operators in understanding processes for planning and executing IMD when developing future capabilities. It's based on PACOM and CENTCOM scenarios, but applicable globally. You could almost say it's a verbal description of the integrated air and missile defense operational architecture for a theater. That's approved by the JROC, the Joint Requirements Oversight Council, which directed us immediately after issuing that document to follow with 4 initial capability documents to identify capability shortfalls in regional integrated air and missile defense. I gave a passing mention to the integrated air and missile defense operational architecture. We've developed that up to Spiral 5 before stopping work due to manning and funding shortfalls and changing priorities. But we scored a big win recently with publication of a new joint publication, 3-01, titled Countering Air and Missile Threats. That just came out in April 2017, a formal recognition of integrated air and missile defense as an equal mission area with other DoD missions. So, JIAMDO, my organization, fought for and secured the role of lead agent in developing that, and in that role we're able to secure significant recognition of the joint nature of IMD, along with the manner in which it spans the full range of levels from tactical through operational to strategic and goes across local, regional, and global geographies. As a lead agent, JIAMDO was able to give the joint influence essential to progress in IMD. If we had a specific service leading development of a joint publication, that would lend itself toward breeding service parochialism, which is a bad thing to have in joint publications. So here's a little flashback to the IMD vision on this slide. It's the chairman's goals. The vision gave us 6 imperatives listed here in very short form. The new Joint Pub 3-01 uses this as a foundation, as we do in about everything we do. We try to reach back to the chairman's vision and show how it links to what he told us his vision was. The new doctrine document reflects multiple imperatives from the IMD vision, at least including partnering with allies, employment as a joint and combined force as a baseline, elements of passive defense, and certainly spreads awareness and education of integrated air and missile defense. Joint Pub 3-01, based in the IMD vision, gives a firm footing for the way ahead in making these imperatives into accepted doctrine instead of just a goal on the horizon. In keeping with the theme of today's conference, key in both the vision and the doctrine is the prohibitive cost trade of active or even passive defense, and this causes us to turn to attack operations to lighten the load on defensive systems or measures. We don't think any attack operation will totally eliminate the need for active or passive missile defense, but if it lightens the load, then that is worth the effort. So we have some definitions, just so we all know what we're talking about. Within the theater area, regionally, IMD is primarily focused on defensive counter-air. IMD is supported by offensive counter-air attack operations, which provide protection to U.S. and allied forces. The definition of IMD didn't change with the new doctrine, but the description grew quite a bit to add elements to say at the theater level, IMD is defensive counter-air supported by OCA attack operations. But IMD extends well beyond the theater level. Strategically, there are global effects on missile defense, not BMD, but MD, missile defense generally, to indicate the growing acknowledgement and acceptance that not all missiles that attack us follow a ballistic trajectory. It includes a homeland, which is a special case for integrated air and missile defense, and it reaches down to the tactical level too, especially with countering rockets, artillery, and mortars, which responsibility rests with local commanders. So what's the big deal about just having a new doctrine muck out? I think it rests really in the top bullet on this slide, is that this is authoritative guidance. This isn't just a goal on the horizon or a vision. This actually is guidance that takes precedence over service doctrine. However, we always reserve a little bit of leeway for judgment of the commander on the scene. It's based on real life experiences, recent military history, and current events. Again, not just a vision, what we'd like to see, but what we're actually doing now. Executable now, it's familiar and current, and it codifies it in an enforceable doctrine. It has broad applicability across the joint force at all levels and standardizes how we think and act on integrated air and missile defense. Because of this, IAMD is now established and understood as an accepted mission area. It's not just ballistic missile defense. It's not just counter-air. It's not just an Army function, a Navy function, or an Air Force function. It's a separate, overlapping joint mission that has both distinct and common elements with other missions, especially counter-air. And here's a framework of counter-air. I say previous, this is actually still existing in the current doctrine, but it has been redefined to only apply to the tactical, or excuse me, to the operational theater level. Before the revision, there was only BMD, and it was a subset of counter-air. If you look at this, you can probably guess who was the lead agent in the previous version. I talked about what services can do if they start writing joint doctrine. Maybe you could see some air-centric thinking in there. But IMD takes this and moves it outside the theater level, removes the geographic constraints. This is the new diagram that shows the relationship between counter-air and IMD across the spectrum. They're overlapping missions. They have shared elements and they have distinct elements. Following today's theme of attack ops, you see there's a attack ops mentioned as an overlapping mission, and there's global strike mentioned just as an IMD function. Each of these have splits in them. Attack ops depends on what's being attacked, whether it's IMD or not. It's not, and again, it's not just using airplanes to execute. Tomahawk, ATACM, other elements are in there. The Joint Force Air Component Commander doesn't run IAMD. He does run the counter-air, but he may support or facilitate IAMD. So if it protects the joint force, you can consider it IAMD. The lines can get a little fuzzy. Run back a history a little bit and think about Scud hunting in Iraq. That would be integrated air and missile defense because it's directly protecting our forces from potential missile launches. Tank plinking, remember that term? That would not be IAMD. That's attack ops. That's decreasing the enemy's combat capability. Moving into the gray area that is solely integrated air and missile defense, global strike is another thing. It's IAMD and global strike overlap, but global strike is not wholly IAMD. They support each other. For example, a strategic weapon used against some potential adversary that may have been mentioned earlier by another panel member. It crosses geographic boundaries, requires centralized planning. That would be considered global strike. It's the capability to rapidly plan and deliver extended range attacks, limited in duration and scope to achieve precision effects. Global missile defense is in the sole area of IAMD. That's something that requires synchronized planning. Think of STRATCOM and their UCP task role. The emphasis is on planning, not necessarily execution. Planning is central, execution is decentralized. Think about crossing combatant command boundaries. The homeland is IMD because of its uniqueness. It's NORAD Northcom owned operations, including an integrated system of sensors and effectors, hopefully no attack ops in Homeland Defense. I haven't mentioned it yet, but unmanned aerial systems is an emerging IAMD mission area that's really popped up as a major effort just in the last year or two. They're down more in the tactics, techniques, and procedures area currently. Counter UAS, as it's currently being implemented, is mostly tactical in nature. Development's ongoing with a big surge in current operations. And JP 301 acknowledges it and just basically says, yes, we do this. For current ops, it's okay. Doctrine is built on current experience, and they'll probably be looking for a change to include more on counter UAS in the next edition. And then counter rockets, artillery, and mortars, CRAM, that's normally the responsibility of the local base defense ops center, normally not air defense units, normally air defense units, but generally not considered part of a centralized joint air and missile defense planning network. There's your little snapshot of how IAMD and counter-air fit in the new doctrine. Summarizing, counter-air remains the focus at the theater level, but integrated air and missile defense is more emphasized at the tactical and strategic levels. The two are complementary and overlapping, but with discrete elements, neither one being a subset of the other. It's a big step forward in realizing the Chairman's joint IAMD Vision 2020, but there's still work to be done. I mentioned initial capability documents resulting from the C2 regional CONOPS. Those are in work now, identifying capability gaps for command and control, pushing the joint IAMD doctrine into the multi-service tactics, techniques, and procedures to push for acceptance, standardization, and learning across the joint force, testing and refining those TTPs in the Nimble Fire and Black Dart exercises, simulations, tech demos that I mentioned, and spreading the words and concepts of Joint Pub 3-01 into other aspects of joint doctrine for training, homeland, allied integration, maritime, land, air, sea ops, and planning doctrine that exist, and especially out into service doctrine. So closing up here, it's more fun to talk about the sexy stuff with the shoot downs and actively launching active defense measures. But this is necessary work and provides a foundation for integrated air and missile defense for years to come, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So that was it. Let me run through this down to the end here and put the original slide back up and then pass the baton. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Rick. And so next, I want to go to Bob Martinage, and I want to apologize up front. He didn't make it in the program, but we've got him where it counts, which is on the stage here. And Bob is now at the Telemus Group. He was former acting Undersecretary of the Navy, and in a past life, he was colleagues of mine and Tom's at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessment. So, Bob, over to you.
First off, I'd too like to thank Todd Harrison and CSIS for arranging this great conference. While I was asked to speak briefly about what is needed for strike capabilities in A2AD environments, I'm going to take a bit of liberty with that homework assignment and expand that to surveillance and strike, because they really go together hand in glove. For power projection operations, it's insufficient to see targets if you can't strike them, and it does little good to have a great strike capability if you don't have targets to engage. So for that first piece, with respect to surveillance, the key performance attributes that will be increasingly needed in the future are: one, geographic reach, which enables platforms to operate efficiently from more distant bases. And this gets to a point that was made earlier. And at those more distant bases, the missile defense challenge is more manageable. And so range is another way to lighten the load on active defenses. Persistence on station, which is critical for hunting down mobile, relocatable, and time-sensitive targets. That includes enemy missile tills, which again can help reduce the load on active defenses. Survivability, which is increasingly difficult given the proliferation and maturation of A2AD capabilities by prospective adversaries. And lastly, of course, sensor effectiveness, which is increasingly challenged by more advanced means of camouflage and concealment, decoys, electronic warfare, and anti-radiation homing weapons. So those are the attributes. When you think about ground and maritime sensors as well as cyber operations can be useful for surveillance in A2AD environments. The core contributors are and will likely remain airborne platforms and space-based remote sensing. So I want to talk briefly about those two and then talk about strike. So for airborne reconnaissance, the need for operational reach and persistence will increasingly place a premium on long-range, unmanned, air-refuelable, stealthy aircraft. The problem, however, is that the U.S. military's current and projected inventory is heavily lopsided toward non-stealthy manned and unmanned aircraft designed to operate in relatively permissive environments. Only a tiny fraction of the airborne surveillance fleet, our Q-170s, are stealthy. The lack of penetrating long-range airborne ISR capacity is a serious concern that needs to be addressed. For space, our constellation of remote sensing satellites, which feature large, very capable, very expensive, difficult to replace satellites in known, predictable orbits, was designed with the assumption that space would remain uncontested. Those satellites that are increasingly vulnerable include our ballistic missile early warning capabilities with SBIRS high and SBIRS low. Unfortunately, prospective adversaries, most notably Russia and China, are fielding a variety of anti-satellite weapons. Accordingly, we need to increase our resiliency in space by a variety of means, such as increasing maneuvering capacity, disaggregating payloads onto multiple smaller satellites, piggybacking payloads on commercial satellites, taking advantage of proliferated constellation of small satellites, and exploring options for rapid space reconstitution. Looking ahead, proliferated small sat constellations are especially attractive because they could provide both enhanced resiliency and persistence through very high revisit rates, which could be very useful, as Tom mentioned, for indications and warning, as well as maintaining custody of mobile targets, so tracking targets. Okay, now I want to switch gears to the strike part of the equation. The fundamental goal for both deterrence and warfighting is the ability to hold all relevant targets at risk, including those that are heavily defended, deep inland, mobile and relocatable, and hardened and deeply buried. Those requirements drive performance attributes for strike platforms that are, in part, identical to those for surveillance: operational reach, persistence, and survivability. And we can talk about all of those mean in more detail later on. The new requirement for strike is a deep, flexible weapons magazine. And in addition, the weapons themselves will increasingly need to evade enemy point defenses through some combination of stealth, electronic warfare, speed, or just sheer mass. And by that I mean quantity. Here the problems with the current program of record for projecting power in A2AD environments is manifold. First, only about 30% of the aircraft in the joint inventory have an unrefueled combat radius over 1,000 miles. And only 5%, basically the bombers, B-1s, B-52s, and B-2s, have a combat radius over 2,000 miles. Second, more than 90% of the current aircraft inventory is not survivable in anticipated A2AD threat environments, either because of inadequate stealth or insufficient unrefueled combat radius, which puts their basing at risk. They have to operate from close-in bases where they face high missile salvo density threats. So basically, only 20 aircraft or 16 combat-coded B-2s have both the requisite level of survivability and a combat radius of over 1,000 miles. So that's a big problem. Third, while a submarine force can provide pulses of long-range fires, the attack submarine fleet will decline in size over the next 2 decades, and overall undersea strike capacity will drop sharply by roughly 600 missiles when the 4 SSJNs that we currently have operational retire by 2028. Fourth, while service combatants also carry Tomahawks, defensive missiles like the SM-2, SM-6, and SM-3 consume a growing fraction of available VLSLs, and the Navy no longer has the capability to reload at sea. And fifth, and very importantly, our overall inventory of air and sea-launched standoff weapons is far too small and would likely be expended within weeks, if not days, of a large-scale conflict with a major power. That capacity shortfall problem also applies on the defensive side. We have too few weapons, SM-3s, PAC-3s, THAAD, to maintain adequate active defenses of our bases. So in short, the current joint force portfolio is deeply, deeply overinvested in capabilities for projecting power in permissive threat environments, and lacks sufficient capacity for projecting power in anticipated A2AD environments. And addressing that capacity gap should be a top priority for DoD's leadership.
All right, thanks, Bob. And Tom, last but not least, I'll turn it over to you. Of course, Tom is director of our Missile Defense Project here at CSIS.
Well, thank you, Todd. I'm going to begin really with the forthcoming reviews that have been mentioned a couple times here. Last year's NDAA, of course, included a provision mandating a review of missile defeat policy, strategy, and capability to be submitted by January 2018. This is, in principle, distinct from the presidentially mandated Ballistic Missile Defense Review, or BMDR. The combination of those two, in some ways, or rather the distinction between them, I think reflects some of the tensions that we've been hearing about all morning. At the same time, I think done well and done together, they present a unique opportunity to articulate and update a vision for the future of air and missile defense. My thesis is that that IAMD stuff that Rick was talking about this morning is critical, and I think it would be great if that new review reflected that kind of emphasis. Go read, if you haven't, go read Vision 2020. It's only like 6 pages, and it's got pictures. So go take a look at it, and I think you'll get an idea, if you haven't, of where this is, what this is about. You know, no longer in its infancy. Today's missile defense efforts are, I think, sometimes better characterized as adolescence. So we've had a lot of significant strides, but still a lot more to go in terms of truly maturing our missile defense capabilities. And yet, this remains something of a stovepipe. And I think there needs a lot more to be done to be demystified. And yes, this new document that Rick described is authoritative guidance, but I think it still needs a lot of propagation to get into the more popular policy and program discussions. You continually see that tendency. Here we are at an integrated strike and defense conference, and there's that tendency to keep going back into our respective lanes. So this review comes, I think, amid a growing realization that missile-based weapons of various kinds are assuming greater prominence. There's a sort of trend, I think, a kind of missile renaissance characterized by a high supply and demand for precise unmanned standoff delivery systems across the whole range. We've heard about that. The former director of JIAMDO, Director Cashman, has commented that this missile renaissance encompasses a complex and nearly continuous threat spectrum across the characteristics of altitude, speed, propulsion type, and range. Now, in the face of that, air and missile defenses that were perhaps once seen as more exotic or theoretical, I think are becoming much more established as a component of U.S. and global security. And just as air superiority, to use the phrase used now, has long formed a major tenet of U.S. operational planning, missile defenses, I think, will continue to grow into a larger component of the defensive counter-air mission. This review that's going on right now, I think if it incorporates these issues, has the potential to revitalize and reshape the conversation and indeed its vocabulary. For good historical, political, and operational reasons, the missile defense conversation has mostly been confined, especially in the more popular lane, to ballistic missile defense, BMD, with cruise missile defense perhaps as a kind of afterthought or at the very least disconnected from the larger enterprise. But given the spectrum of where things are now in terms of the threats, a wider spectrum of counters must also achieve greater prominence. You see just this past week in Korea, but also in Syria, drones being used by, for instance, North Korea to surveil that TPY-2 radar and get a look at that THAAD, and you can imagine other things being used on that drone as well. So while BMD remains critical, the BMD acronym fails to capture and represent the full scope of the problem. The B excludes the non-ballistic threats. The M in that acronym is complicated by the interconnected challenges from air-breathing threats and boost glide vehicles. And the D for defense is likewise incomplete, since defeating or countering missile threats involves much more than intercepting them in flight. Now, the MDR tasking from Congress, to be sure, preserves pride of place for ballistic missile threats, but I think really puts it into that proper context. The 3 components of that review are left and right of launch, the integration of offense and defense, that IAMD side, and then, of course, cruise missile defense, making sure that that gets taken care of, cruise missile defense for the homeland. And so I think that by focusing on the defeat of the full spectrum of missile threats, the mandate, the legislative mandate, invites that more complete perspective. You may have noticed that the House Armed Services Committee over the past year or so has held policy and budget hearings with the title, not missile defense, but with the title Missile Defeat. And I think it's to HASC's credit that they're helping to change the vocabulary of that conversation. Now, we heard from Mr. Glitz about Vision 2020 for IMD, that 2013 document. In late 2014, I'm surprised to be the first person at this conference to reference the 8 Stars memo. The heads of the Army and Navy again spoke of the effort as a future, long-term approach. I think, unfortunately, we risk that this Vision 2020 is going to be pushed so far in the future that we'll be lucky to have it by, say, 2030. Tom Earhart just now alluded to a kind of zeal for left of launch as a kind of cure-all, and that, of course, is also problematic. Unfortunately, there is no magic cyber wand or other kind of wand to counter missile threats prior to launch, nor is there any guarantee that the sum of ISR, strike, and other things will be less expensive or will be inexpensive to handle all these things. And so I think on that left of launch zeal, I want to briefly mention and gently criticize the previous 2012 version of the 3-01 document. In its former iteration, it flatly stated that the best missile defense strategy is to destroy missiles prior to launch, end quote. That was probably an oversimplification, because while defeating missiles prior to launch is maybe the better solution at the margin, of course the overall approach can't and shouldn't depend upon it. And so I think that expectation control on both the defensive side or the left of launch side is important. As Admiral Winnefeld previously noted, the left of launch defeat is a luxury you're not always going to have. So while Vision 2020 was an aspirational document, and it's been several years since it was issued, I don't think we're anywhere near it by 2020. Part of that, of course, is the budget cuts. And it's worth noting that the Missile Defense Agency has gone down by a quarter over the past decade, and JIAMDO, since it was mentioned, has gone down by 44%, their budget, within the same span of time. Now let me just go back to that legislative requirement. That missile defeat review requires statements, requires declaratory policy, but also requires statements of 5- and 10-year programmatic goals for missile defeat capabilities with desired end states and milestones for integration and interoperability. And so I think it's worth a little bit of a table thump on this point to say that we are probably nowhere near the integration, forget with allies and forget with partners, but even within and among our own missile defenses, air missile defenses, such as low-tier, Patriot, or THAAD. Toward this end, improving the integration with either the IBCS program or, frankly, some nearer-term solutions would go a long way. This would help, for instance, one Patriot battery fire interceptors using the sensor data of another, and also to use the sensors of some other system for launch on remote. The Aegis, the sea-based system, has been more associated with this, but even there, it's perhaps less than optimal for the tactical data links across platforms. Such a capability was demonstrated with the multinational at-sea demonstration 2015 when a Dutch ship provided a radar track for an SM-3 intercept off the coast of Scotland. And a similar kind of work is being done with Japan, and of course talk with Japan and South Korea as well. The Army's multi-domain battle effort is leaning in the right direction here, but I think unfortunately it's still largely aspirational. And so, among other things, further integration will come with and probably require new concepts of operation. Everybody talks about the network-centric approach. It was there in the BMDR as kind of a wish list, as a high priority for both the Army and the Navy. And the phrase, any sensor, any shooter, is frequently used in these circles. But other follow-on concepts are also possible. Think about, for instance, mixed-load launchers. Call it any shooter, any launcher. More distributed basing modes. Any launcher, anywhere. A passive defense shell game. many launchers, some shooters, and multi-mission flexibility, any seeker, any target. So all of this is kind of part of the conversation, and I'll just leave it off there and open it up.
All right. So before I go to the audience for questions, so you guys can start thinking about what you want to ask, I have a few, some targeted questions and some broad for the whole panel. So Mara, I want to start with you. You mentioned something called dynamic basing. Could you unpack that for us a bit? What is dynamic basing? How would it be used? How can it help with this strike and defense problem that we have?
Absolutely. Thanks for that question. And I think it actually builds on a couple of comments that were made by Tom and Bob. Effectively, there are a number of different ways of approaching how to think about the challenge of missiles, but one is really focused on the effect and the extent to which, as we look at the effect, we can try to minimize the damage. So there are certain theaters, you could use, say, Europe and Asia as case studies, where you can imagine there are some targets that an adversary might be really excited about. And so how can you think about your basing structure out in those theaters so as to minimize the damage? So there are vulnerabilities, right? If there are only so many runways, if I'm an adversary, I probably want to go blow up some runways. So are there things I can do to ensure that runways can be put back together as quickly as possible? Are there other things that I can do to make sure that if certain kind of storage depots are hit, that I have resupply that are out there. So effectively, the U.S. has had kind of giant bases kind of across both of these theaters, and those, while overall provide some real opportunities, they also pose some kind of opportunities for adversaries too.
And so Tom Earhart, I'm realizing you have two Toms on the panel, all right, so I got to be specific. Tom Earhart, you had mentioned that one of the issues is that no one really seems to own the overall problem here of integrating an offensive strike and our defensive systems together, and that there are at least 4 different COCOMs who have a play in this. Does that mean that we need to recreate something like Joint Forces Command to think about this more holistically and more long-term, because combatant commands, of course, are mostly focused on what's right in front of them, and a lot of this are, a lot of what we're talking about here are longer-term problems, 5-10 years. Do we need something like Joint Forces Command again, or what would you recommend?
The short answer to that is no. I think within the current structure we have more than enough to deal with. It's more than a 3-dimensional integration problem. It's not just the COCOMs. It's the mission areas, as Jayamdo, is doing a whole lot of work to try to bring those mission areas together in some kind of integrated way. There's the services, but it's as well, that have different views of how to do these things. But I really believe that between the OSD staff, the chairman and his joint staff, and the services, that this can be integrated within the Pentagon without creating a new structure that creates its own opportunity costs, that creates its own friction with new organizations being stood up, et cetera. I think right now what's happening is you're seeing this in events like this. There is a real growing understanding that we are presented with a number of cross-combatant command and cross-functional threats. We dealt with this in the Cold War, so it's clearly there are models available to make this happen, and there's no organizational structure you can come up with that obviates the requirement for integration between different groups. What it takes is a shared understanding of the threat itself and the requirement. In this case, I just want to mention one of the benefits of bringing this all together in a more comprehensive missile defeat structure, and that is missile defense advocates are constantly having to deal with the fact that they have to deal with the whole problem themselves. So, critics will say you can't deal with even a small power like Iran or North Korea, because as they grow, they're going to go over the top of your GBI capability, whatever it might be. This is where integration matters when it comes to force planning. In force planning, we can talk about how you integrate surveillance and interdiction with that missile defense to be able to moderate the size of both of those forces and still get the advantages of being able to deal with a bolt out of the blue, or be able to deal with a much more protracted kind of crisis environment in which you can posture forces. So I think this all gets to flexibility and deterrence and how much is enough. And that's the constant battle that you're dealing with in the Pentagon all the time, is how much is enough. And if everybody's just advocating in their own stovepipe for more, you never have that ability to bring them all together. So I think the Pentagon has more than enough capability to do it itself. It's purely just a matter of seeing the magnitude of the problem, the senior leaders stepping up to deal with it internally and taking, the initiative.
And so next question, I want to open it up to anyone on the panel who wants to jump into the fray on this one. So, Bob, you had mentioned we have a limited number of platforms that can, penetrate, that have the range, that can operate in this type of a high threat environment, and limited inventory of munitions as well. But you look at a lot of the debate right now about rebuilding the military, growing the military. The new administration and Congress as well, they focus on growing the size of the Army, the number of brigade combat teams. They focus on growing the size of the Navy, 350 ships. A lot of those are surface ships that would be vulnerable to missile strikes. And when it comes to air power, they talk about growing the number of short-range strike fighters. Are we at the cusp of a moment where we might be growing in the wrong places?
I'll start with that one. I'd say absolutely yes. I mean, I think the situation we face is, I think we need more money for defense, but that we need to build a different force to project power differently rather than building a larger version of the same force we have today. So I'd say there's kind of two ways to think about the way we should head. First, we should stop doing what are operationally or strategically ill-advised things, like basing 90% of our combat air power at close-in bases on land and at sea. And then doing what makes sense, which is moving the overall force in the direction of power projection and more contested, higher threat environments. And so that means things like on the ISR side, I already talked about space resiliency. On airborne surveillance, thinking like a stealthy version of the Global Hawk, ramping up our Q-170 and so on. And on the strike side, modernizing and extending the life of the B-2, accelerating and the development of the B-21 and ramping up the reduction rate, thinking about carrier-based stealthy unmanned surveillance, carrier-based stealthy unmanned surveillance and strike aircraft, and then thinking about reloading at sea, generating that capability. Definitely funding the Navy's VPM program for the attack submarines to get that undersea capacity back. And then we could look at the land side. I mean, it would potentially mean if you want to field longer range cruise and ballistic missiles from the land, abrogating the INF treaty, but in some areas that might be pretty beneficial to us. But yeah, I mean, I think we're moving in the wrong direction. We're doubling down on the need for close-in basing when our adversaries have, basically coming out of the Cold War, we made a bet and said, we're going to be able to put our carriers right up to the coast, and we're going to have lots of close-in air bases, and therefore it's all about sortie generation rates. So that's why you have the F-35 designed the way you do, and that's why we're on the modernization path we are. The problem is our adversaries around the world looked at how we projected power and said, this is the Achilles heel. If I can stop them from building up power at these close-in bases, or I can go after their carrier while it's close in, I can really defang the United States conventional power projection capability. And that's what they've done. The problem is we haven't stopped doing it. I mean, we're doubling down on what is a bad strategy. So yes, I think we're at risk of going the wrong direction.
I couldn't agree more with Bob's comments. So it seems to me if you have more money, you might put it toward 4 different areas. One might be high-end conflict. One might be low-end conflict, right? We've been spending a lot of time, say 15 plus years on low-end sorts of conflicts. Can you put more money into some sort of mix so that you can conduct that sort of conflict more cheaply? The third way might be readiness, and I think we've heard this a bit from Secretary Mattis. Although arguably your investments in readiness you probably would want to differ pretty profoundly by service. So Marine readiness should probably be a much higher priority than, say, Army readiness. And then the fourth, so high-end, low-end readiness, would be enablers, right? Everyone's constantly fighting over enablers. There's not necessarily an interest for sort of any one service to really invest in them, so you could put the money there. It seems to me, though, that actually what we're just doing is investing in vulnerable capacity, as far as I can tell. And I'm really curious to know what the logic is behind this. If you looked at sort of the Obama administration's last budget, there was a theory that we needed to double down on undersea capabilities. That's obviously particularly focused on high-end challenges. And it was looking like if we didn't start to kind of make that shift, it would be worrisome, right? I think I think maybe Bob had mentioned kind of the sort of subfleet and what it was looking like. So there's sort of a strategic logic to that investment. I'm really curious, as the department's getting more money, to see what's the logic right now. It's not yet entirely clear.
Tom?
Yes, just very quickly, I think this goes back to what Chris Ford talked about, which is as we sort of rediscover strategy, and we're rediscovering strategy because the threats are real, and these are really multidimensional, major threats across the board. There are ramifications to that. You don't just rediscover strategy and wake up and read good books or something like that. There are ramifications to it. There are things you have to do differently. And you have to not only posture for the things that are staring us right in the face right now. I don't think it takes a lot of imagination to see, to understand the logic behind what Bob and Mara are talking about here, even today. But as you see the trends, and strategy is about the future, as you see these trends, you see that we just have to be in a much more competitive strategy mindset. That means looking at what they've done to react to us and trying to accentuate our unique strengths. We have unique strength in our alliances. We have unique strength in certain things like undersea and airborne, low observability, for instance, that we need to double down on. And these would all be, here's the key, they would all contribute to a more crisis-stable environment. What we're doing right now is we're contributing to really, really high incentives for preemption on us and on our allies. And I think what we need to start doing, and Mara really alluded to this in her comments, and that is thinking specifically in this strategic thought about how we not only protect ourselves, but increase the stability of the environment to make it less likely that any given crisis will escalate into something that neither side wants. And that includes things like that are very unsexy, like hardening bases and dispersal of your capabilities, that the opposite has been happening since the end of the Cold War. A number of our bases has been shrinking, hardening, decreasing, et cetera, et cetera.
Jump in real.
Can I handle a piece of that, which is I think the air or missile defense analog of that depth and reach thing? I think there's an impression out there that the way to manage the salvo competition is to kind of divest of our longer range XO mid-course interceptors and really focus much more on the terminal and short range stuff. And I think there's a lot of benefit to that. They're cheaper, you can get a lot more of them and all that sort of thing. But I think that the impression of that conversation has perhaps been a little bit exaggerated in the sense of the bumper sticker being you can kind of divest of those longer range reach missiles. And I think that's not quite right. I think you're still going to need those SM-3s. Yes, they're expensive and they take up the whole tube. But I think you're probably still going to need things of comparable reach, precisely because of the adversary's longer reach strike stuff.
Rick, go ahead.
Most of what there is to say about this has been said. I'll throw in a couple of things. There is a limit to how much money you can spend. You can't have just more and more of everything and everything else.
Right.
You have to pick what you're going to invest in. And if there are less expensive things that are effective and will lower the PK of incoming missiles, then put some money there. The dynamic basing that was brought up before, dispersal, hardening, decoys, camouflage. If you can just make them aim at the wrong thing, then they waste some of their inventory. It doesn't all have to be active defense. Left of launch, effects can help also take off another tenth or so of the PK of an incoming missile, but right of launch and active missile defense is not going away, no matter how much we put into left of launch effects. However, non-kinetics are just a developing area in active missile defense. If we can, how long have we been on the cusp of a leap in directed energy? I think it's time to quit joking about it and actually target the investments to make that leap happen, so we can go to what's almost an infinite magazine. We have these very expensive airplanes, but you can only put so many weapons inside of them, and then they got to go home. You can refuel them and they can fly all day long, but you can't rearm them while they're airborne. But directed energy weapons, just charge up. It doesn't take that long, and the magazine is what's going to define probably the 6th generation aircraft.
So I want to pick up on the idea of shifting the cost exchange ratio, if I'm not putting too many words in your mouth there. We're talking about how do we fight into an anti-access area denial environment, A2AD. An earlier speaker today talked about A3AD, anti-access area denial. What about flipping the equation around entirely? Does the U.S. need to be investing not just in power projection forces, but in our own A2AD types of capabilities? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the answer is absolutely. I think in both Europe and the Pacific, the geography would support that type of approach as just not something that is typically the highest priority, for example, of the ground forces or the Air Force to go after sort of the ground-based air and missile defense systems and so on. And then the other thing that's really missing from the equation are land-based missile forces, which were prescribed with INF. So there's only so far you can go under INF in terms of the geography. It works in Europe potentially, but not so well in the Pacific. But in terms of getting our allies, for example, to invest in more air defenses, mobile air defenses, defensive mining capability, longer range anti-ship cruise missile capability, you can just think about the first island chain in the Pacific becoming more of a barrier to air and naval forces. So yeah, I think there's a lot we could do. We're not making very much progress in that way.
Yeah, I think I just want to emphasize that our allies really have to look at doing this, because the expansion of A2AD, this gets to the whole narrative behind third offset, this is the maturation of the second offset. And we are the big leaders in that, and now our adversaries are matching us with those systems. And what that does is makes the world sort of safe for peripheral conflict and aggression. And so who is that peripheral conflict and aggression against? All of those nations need to be thinking about how they deal with keeping those forces out. I would just say that power projection, getting back to the fundamentals of strategy again that we have to rediscover, every mile you get away from your central location is difficult. It gets much, much more difficult. Range is a big deal. And it's a big deal for our adversaries too. So as they start to expand, they feel like they have an umbrella under which their forces can operate. That's a weakness of theirs. That's going to be very difficult for them to do, to get farther and farther away from their own central location. So this kind of competition, this strategic competition that's going on, that plays itself out in the force structure and force postures, is a very, very important one for the stability and productivity and economic vitality of the entire globe and the international system. And so I think that's why this is foundational. That's why people like us are up here talking about it, and that's why events like this are so important.
Can I just add to that? You mentioned the idea of shifting the cost exchange ratio. I think one of the best things to do, to pick up on a couple things that were said, is first, by pulling further away you force the adversary to develop longer-range missiles, which are more expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, you add a small amount of hardening or shelters, they can no longer use submunitions to take out an entire airfield with a handful of missiles. So now I have to go unitary, so I have to buy more longer-range expensive missiles. And then you start doing some things with dispersion and decoys, and now I need penetrating ISR to figure out where your stuff is. I don't have it if I'm China, right? So I'm forcing them to invest a lot more resources in terms of over-the-horizon surveillance and strike that they don't have to do right now.
Key to think about in the A2AD strategy is that when our adversaries have an A2AD function or they're trying to deny access, it's where they live. Yeah. We can't be everywhere. If we project power around the globe, we're going to build anti-access area denial pockets all over the globe. We can't afford that. So that's what brings in the necessity to be not just interoperable, but interdependent with our allies. They're hosting us. Mm-hmm. They have to contribute, and that goes to command and control and basic security issues. What do we share? How much do we know that we can, how can we lower the security level of what we really want to protect and still make our allies feel trusted that they're getting the information they need to do what they have to do to contribute? And when we are forward projected, the adversary's capacity is all there already. It's in their homeland. We can't take the entire capacity of the United States to one little bubble somewhere, or rapidly anyway. So those are just my thoughts on developing our own A2AD.
It's worth underscoring this point about allies and partners, which are really a comparative advantage that the United States has, definitely in Asia and only slightly less so in Europe. There's a reason China wants to build islands. No one wants its military there. That's not a problem that the U.S. military has right now. And if it ever does become a real problem, then we have a lot to be concerned about.
Okay, so with that, I want to open it up to questions from the audience. So if you have questions, we'll bring a mic to you. I saw your hand first, Sydney. Is that why you sit right here in the front table?
Yes. Yeah. It's strategic, but on the other hand, I'm well within the range of your cruise missiles. So, Sidney Friedberg, Breaking Defense, maximizing mass regeneration rate by being close. Sort of trying to turn this into things to buy, which is what we press tend to focus on. The key missing piece seems to be the command and control systems that actually integrate the offensive and the defensive, the naval and the army, the lower tier and the upper tier. And I think Tom, you mentioned IBCS, but of course that's just been pushed back by multiple years. Admiral Harris has said, let's integrate naval and army networks, and that's apparently possible, but again, I don't see a priority to do that. Where are the promising projects in building what would be necessary for a command and control system for truly integrated air and missile defense, both offensive and defensive? And where are the gaps, where are the areas that we really need to start investing to make this somewhat possible?
I'll take a start at that, and I covered some of them, and obviously I hammered on C2 as a really big deal, and I kept using the term resilient and integrated, and both of those are big challenges. Those are not small things. Here's the idea. For some of our capabilities, we've built a command and control system that not only has structural issues, and I mentioned the command issue just as one, but there are technical issues as well, because some of these systems have atrophied over time and they're subject to a lot of threats, and just plain they're elderly, let's call it. They're mature. So they really, and C2 is a very difficult thing to get big bureaucracies to focus on. And what we've seen over a long period of time, if we just look at nuclear command and control, or what's called NC2 or NC3 in the Pentagon, you see this constant problem, and I think NC3 is a good metaphor for us to think about the command and control structures for the future. That is to say, the NC3 system has the right philosophy. It has to be able to control forces with a minimum. It has to control them in a massively redundant way that the adversary looks at and says, well, I'm never going to get that. I'm never going to be able to cut that off. And it has to control them across the entire spectrum of conflict, all the way to even calling your forces off after a major conflagration. So the philosophy of NC3 is right. But to take that philosophy and apply it to, for instance, an integrated missile defense capability, that's a big leap. And again, it's not a new interceptor or something like that, but it is very fundamental to the credibility of that system. This isn't about the war itself, it's about preventing the war, and preventing the war means credibility. And our C2 system, it underpins all of it, and it matters on a very fundamental level. And so for me, integrated is one thing, but the resiliency of it and gaining that kind of NC3 level of credibility is what's going to be critical.
Tom?
I'll quickly go at that. I mean, I think what the thrust of that question is, okay, the Army has prioritized, first priority for acquisition in this space is getting that IBCS capability. I think everybody kind of agrees that that capability is what you want. But how do you get to integration tonight is kind of the question that I think you're pointing at. And there may be different solutions to that, nearer term things for getting Patriots to talk to each other, getting Patriots to talk to THAAD, et cetera, et cetera. But I think you're also pointing to something that is more cross-service, and the question is, okay, who's taking that? And that may be that may be more of a RIC thing. But besides Admiral Harris, which you point to, Perkins, General Perkins from the Army, has been out there talking about multi-domain battle and saying, the Army wants to get into that action. They want to go out and reach out and touch things that float or fly. They want to reach out and talk to things that float and fly to be able to do that, so the Army is not missing out on it in a way what the Air Force or the Navy especially is trying to do. But the extent to which it's cross-service, that may be something Rick could do.
The one thing are you going to go?
No,
oh, okay.
ahead.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I thought you were gone. I was paying attention. The only thing we got to be careful about with all of this is you can come up with the perfect C2, C3 wiring diagram, but you still got to worry about the vulnerability of the nodes and links in that diagram, right? And we tend to blow that off, quite frankly, and we assume that those nodes are invulnerable and the links are not going to be jammed. But we know that our adversaries, both Russia and China, are aggressively going after means to jam and disrupt our data links. Specifically, unprotected SATCOM in the Pacific is almost certainly to be jammed. And what we tend to do is say, well, everyone will migrate over to AEHF. Well, the problem is that A, there's not enough AEHF capacity, and B, those satellites are also vulnerable to co-orbital ASATs. So what's plan B? And so that's what I think we need to think about. So the one option is highly proliferated small sat constellations might be part of the solution. Air, surface, and undersea gateways to submerge undersea fiber optics might be an option, or long-endurance UAVs and airships to kind of create an airborne layer for long-haul C3. But we got to assume whatever the C3 arrangement is that the hardware, the architecture underpinning it is resilient and survivable.
I would say that's a great question. It's not something that's going to be solved quickly or cheaply or in any kind of near term. You're right. There is kind of a gap in command and control. The Navy's done a good job with the CEC and NIFCA, but that's pretty much a Navy development. The Army, you mentioned IBCS, that's off on the horizon. It looks like it'll be a great jump ahead, but it's going to be a while before we get to that jump. But again, that's an Army thing. We need a joint system. The push has got to come not from inside a service. No service is going to pay their own money to be able to talk to another service. If the other service funds it, great, we'll listen to what data you push, but we're not going to fund it. The architecture comment is great. We have a highly developed operational architecture that defines the nodes and the types of information and when and where it needs to be passed. What we need is a systems architecture that defines the type of hardware required to make this command and control structure functional. and it's got to be enforced somehow through the acquisition arm, which again, as I said, it's not going to be near term or cheap. We develop airplanes with great low probability detection or intercept comms, but they only work with other airplanes of the same design series and model, so that's not really helping. Then we wind up spending our time and money creating Band-Aids, so this one system can talk to that one system and trade data, but not put it out to everybody else so it's usable. So we can get to that any sensor, best shooter kind of construct that Tom mentioned earlier. It's a big problem. So you're right to ask that question. There are some solutions, but they're long-term. Those are great ideas that Bob put out. Space is definitely going to play a role. I think getting the information from the highest strategic level where it's collected, pushed down to the tactical user, the guy in the cockpit or the combat center of the ship, stripped of sources and methods, but reliable and shootable, is going to be a real player to get rapid dissemination of information and quickly so it can stop being reactive. I was having a discussion with somebody on a break about indications and warning. If we can just figure ahead and stop being reactive, stop acting right of launch, we can prevent the need for some of these issues. Like Tom said, prevent the war, don't wait until it starts and then try to win it.
Can I just restate the problem there, which is I think what you're describing is the need to make IAMD purple. And that's the sort of thing that ought to show up in the missile defeat review.
I would say, but it's got to be purple, it's got to be regionally integrated, and it has to be, and this is the key, it has to be resilient to external interdiction. That has to be resilient to a denied environment where somebody's trying to keep you from doing that. And so, the asymmetry of focus that Chris Ford talked about was that, we sort of basked in the glory of winning the Cold War while our adversaries were riveted on everything that we were doing around the world. That is a strategic disadvantage. They've been studying us very, very carefully because we've provided a tremendous incentive for them to do that. And so we just got to get our focus back, and we have to think about operating in that environment. And by doing so, we reduce that target as a preemptive target and make it a more stable environment. So this isn't just about, winning some big, it's about deterrence and keeping those crises from escalating to a place where nobody can control them.
Okay, so I saw another question over here. Gentlemen in the back. Yep.
Yeah, Ken Marquardt, retiree. Ms. Carlin talked about how important our allies are to us in our planning and our capabilities. How damaging is the delay in the full implementation of the THAAD system in South Korea, and how damaging would it be if we would remove that system, either willingly or unwillingly?
Tom, you want to take that?
I think it'd be a terrible idea. I think just politically, absolutely just speaking politically, taking the THAAD out with our tail between our legs would be a terrible photo op, much worse than the photo op of it being unloaded on that landing strip. So I think that politically it would be exactly the wrong signal to kind of tell China that you get to be rewarded for meddling here. I think in the first instance, but then second, I think it's exactly the wrong direction. THAAD can't do everything, but it's a big contribution. So many of the past USFK commanders have said that's part of the solution. So there you go. The question ought to be what needs to be added to supplement rather than taking it out.
We have to realize that anything we push forward is hosted by the host nation and subject to their constraints. I can't really talk operationally about what would happen or not happen if we did or didn't have the THAAD battery in place, but Tom's exactly right. I mean, it looks like there's a crack in our long-standing alliance with the Republic of Korea. If suddenly we're not even finished putting the thing in and we have to turn around and take it out, it tells China that maybe may embolden them to think their pressure is what got it pulled out. And yeah, I agree 100% with Tom's comments that more pressure on North Korea to let them know we're watching, we can track anything you might shoot, we can intercept. That's the right place to have that. We don't really need to protect El Paso from missile attacks so much. That's where most of the THAAD spares are. So get them out where they can actually do some good in the global IAMD dynamic.
Thank you. John Glassman, Monster Dog Engineering. Discussion seemed to be weighing rather heavily on capability as opposed to use, warfighting. In fact, almost exclusively. When we talked nuclear in the past, we always talked about different selective options, how the war might be conducted to bring it to an end, successful end. Discuss a little bit why you think this conversation, not just for you, but in general, is conducted basically on capability grounds rather than on warfighting and usage. And if that's a problem, which I would presume it is, since we might be weeks or months away from a real war involving missile exchanges, how can this fault be remedied?
Who wants to take that one?
All I'll say is that I don't see the distinction between those things. In other words, the things that you have to do to deter and provide credible assurance to your allies are very, very in line with the things that you have to do to prevail. This is not some kind of game where you're trying to trick somebody into believing something that doesn't exist. You have to have the credibility. I mean, the best deterrence is, credible capability to deny them their aims. And so, to me, we talked a little bit about policy. This whole thing, the integration of all the pieces that have to be put together here is a Herculean task. But I think what you've heard from everybody up front here is a strategic foundation for the various different issues that we talked about, whether they be capabilities or policies or strategies. And so, to me, ultimately the number of things that you have, as Bob talked about, your capacity to be able to deal with the threat that exists, your intelligence and policy, and all of that works together. Let me just make one comment about intelligence here, and that is, all too often I hear people ask, whether it's DPRK or others, like, when do you think they're going to get an ICBM? That's the wrong question. The right question is, when should, given our doubt about their capability, and they've already demonstrated an intercontinental capability with their TD2s. The question is, when should we respond? When should we respond to stay ahead, as our U.S. policy has already stated we should, which is stay ahead of the threat? When should we respond? And I think it's clearly now. We have to be able to demonstrate credibly that we're staying ahead of this threat, and that, again, defense or deterrence and warfighting, if you want to call that, come together when in the term credibility. What's your credibility with your allies, with your adversaries, and in your own domestic polity that you can get the job done to provide security? So I sort of see them as integrated.
Just add a little bit quickly. Yes, we focus on capability, but Tom used the word capacity. I mean, having a new capability is neat, but it doesn't do you much good if you only have one. We not only have to provide the best capabilities, we have to provide them in sufficient capacity to get the job done. There's no good to a Patriot battery if there's only one missile in the tube. You have to fill them so the troops can do their job. We send our young troops around the world, and we owe them the best tools to do the job we ask of them. Also say, as a former boss of mine used to say, that ballistic missile defense is not about defending against ballistic missiles. It's about protecting a defended asset long enough for the combatant commander to engage the other assets to be able to take the fight to the adversary to make him stop shooting ballistic missiles. So it's tools. It's tools in the, arrows in the quiver. Yeah, we have to talk capability, but it's a capacity and a policy question, all intertwined.
All right, so one of our last question here before we break for lunch.
Dave Anhalt from Blue Residium Space Alliances. Bob, you mentioned piggybacking payloads on commercial satellites. So what I'd like to ask you and maybe other members, because there's command and control issues associated with that, but also how do we get the services that have to organize, train, and equip themselves to think about deliberately and purposefully venturing into that kind of cross-domain arena? Before you answer, I just want to say that that Iridium, another 10 of their satellites were launched on Sunday, and when that constellation is in orbit, it'll have 200 hosted payloads. And some of those payloads are going to watch all air traffic from sea level to 60,000 feet and report it to all the different flight information regions within a second of having observed that worldwide. It's going to revolutionize air traffic management. They have the same capability called AIS that makes sure that no ship will go unnoticed for longer than a minute. All of this was done under a period of time when the Department of Defense didn't step up to take advantage of much of that 50 kilograms of mass. There are some exceptions to that. But the point is that we have these other mega constellations coming down the line now. They are not just 75 satellites, they're thousands of satellites. What can be done to take advantage of this? This is a competitive advantage of the United States of America. It's only American entrepreneurs that are ambitious enough to put mega constellations into space. Shouldn't we use that as part of our third offset strategy?
The short answer is yes. I think the idea of piggybacking payloads on either other military buses or commercial satellites makes sense just because, it proliferates the number of targets that the adversary has to worry about. And there's some move in that direction. I think DoD is thinking about that now. But the idea of taking advantage of this new space, the lower cost access to space, as well as small, in quotes, there's various classes of small satellites from very, very small to somewhat bigger. I think it's a huge opportunity for us. It's also potentially a challenge to us because if all of a sudden everyone in the world has reliable encrypted global communications and high revisit rate ISR, that's going to change the way we think about force protection and how we plan, and we're going to have to deal. So there's both an opportunity here for the military, but there's also a challenge. I think it's absolutely true that the Air Force is thinking very, very much about the opportunity afforded by these developments in commercial space, and how do we as a nation, both the intelligence community, DoD, NASA, and others, NOAA, make sure that we keep the United States in the lead in these areas so that we continue to have an advantage down the road that we can leverage other than more effectively than our prospective adversaries. So I think there's a lot of thinking going into this right now. And one of the questions is, there's lots of ideas out there for these proliferated constellations. It's not clear in all cases that their business case is going to close, and is it really going to work? And that's also true for launch. And one of the things that really drives that is launch rates. So are there things we could do at the national level to encourage higher launch rates so that a lot of these new space launch companies can close their business case and then make the world easier for these small satellite visions to become real? So a lot of thought is going in that area.
And I would just add that we had an event here last week on small satellites. We had people talking about the small satellite launch market that's emerging and all of the new small satellite constellations that are planned. And if you look at the projections, the growth is just phenomenal. And I think it's going to revolutionize things. If it happens, it will revolutionize things for our military environment in particular. It's going to make the world more transparent. And so that'll be another issue we're going to have to deal with in the future. But it's also a lot of opportunities as well for DoD to leverage those capabilities. So without delaying you any longer, we've got lunch set up out here in the back. We're going to take almost a half-hour break. Go get your lunch. You can come back and eat here at the tables. We will start back up at 12:15 with our final speaker.
January 17, Iraq time, marks an unrecognized milestone. The United States has been bombing that country almost continuously for a quarter of a century. What has the U.S. been trying to accomplish with all these air attacks? And what has been the effect? The air attacks have occurred in 5 phases. But to fully understand this history, we need to go back to the beginning of air power theory. The tactical use of air power sought to defeat enemy air attacks and to strike enemy ground forces. But the horror of World War I led some air power advocates to propose a new idea: use air power strategically to strike at an enemy's economy, population, and political leadership, thereby winning wars without costly ground campaigns. The massive conventional air campaigns in World War II, in Korea, and in Vietnam produced many positive results, but they did not by themselves produce enemy surrender. When Desert Storm began, some in the Air Force hoped that new technologies would force Saddam to surrender from an air campaign alone. Others saw air power as part of a joint campaign working with ground and naval forces.
And an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait.
Air attacks did make a major contribution to winning Desert Storm. But as was true of previous adversaries, Saddam did not surrender to air attacks alone. Iraqi civil society and Saddam's government proved to be highly resilient. After the war, Saddam used his own air power to suppress insurrections and stay in power. So the U.S. instituted no-fly zones in the north to protect the Kurds and in the south to protect the Shia. These were successful in protecting the threatened groups, but no-fly zones turned out to be major military operations. Maintaining them year after year required continuous suppression of Iraqi air defenses and periodic attacks on the Iraqi military.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction.
The U.S. launched a new wave of air attacks during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. These attacks looked a lot like those of 1991, with 2 changes. The first was attacking Iraqi leadership directly, called decapitation. The second was called shock and awe, hitting a society so hard and in so many ways that it becomes disoriented and collapses. Both failed. Saddam evaded attack, and although Iraqi society suffered, Saddam did not surrender. In other areas, air power again made major contributions. During the long Iraqi insurgency, air power played a useful but secondary role because insurgencies produced only a few and then very fleeting targets. Many air missions were taken over by UAVs. Their patience and precision matched the nature of counterinsurgency. Over the years, a conventional wisdom has arisen about the use of air power. Decapitation is hard to do, but can sometimes be successful if there is a small group of charismatic enemy leaders. Strategic air attack can cause a lot of destruction, but its ability to win wars on its own is unproven. Battlefield support can be very effective, but it needs a viable ground force, U.S., allied, or local, to win battles. In 2014, President Obama pledged to disrupt and ultimately destroy ISIS. To do this, the U.S. appears to be using air power in all 3 ways. Results so far are again mixed. We've killed several ISIS leaders, but others have replaced them. We've killed a lot of enemy fighters, but so far, ISIS has been able to replace them, though with some strain. We provided air support to the Iraqi and local ground forces with some success, but the rollback of ISIS's territorial gains still has a long way to go. What will the next 25 years bring? Air attacks have become a central element of U.S. involvement in Iraq and the broader Middle East. When we are changing regimes, we attack governments and civil society. When we are suppressing terrorism, we attack individuals and cells. When we are supporting partner militaries, we provide close air support to their troops. So where our policy goes, there will go the air campaign.
The divided Korean peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel. China is rising. Its economy is now the second largest in the world. China is the world's largest trader, having surpassed the United States, and Chinese military capabilities are expanding. In just a few decades, China has moved from the periphery to the center of the international system. But what does that really mean for the world? In some ways, China is a developed country, yet in other ways, it is still developing. China's transformation is often misunderstood, and the future of Chinese power is uncertain. Power itself is a nebulous concept. Power can be relative. It can be absolute. It can be perceived and anticipated. So how can we decipher power? Through China Power, CSIS unpacks the complexity of China's rise by analysing the key components of Chinese power. What are China's strengths? What are its weaknesses? Does China's rise present a threat or an opportunity? Or both? What questions are you asking? Join the conversation at chinapower.csis.org.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
Here in southern Africa, the rains have failed for the second year in a row. The land is parched, crops have been decimated, livestock are dying, people are going hungry. It's a picture repeated across 10 countries in the region, where around 40 million people will likely need emergency assistance before the year is out. The cause? El Niño, a cyclical feature of our climate system that causes the Pacific Ocean to warm and triggers abnormal weather conditions across the world. The 2015-16 installment was one of the strongest on record, and it's causing havoc in southern Africa. CSIS saw the impact for itself in June, during a visit to Mozambique and Malawi. As always, the poorest have been hardest hit, and there's particular concern for two especially vulnerable groups, children and people living with HIV. Both groups can get sick very quickly if they don't get enough food, and the right kind of food. Governments in the affected countries are struggling to cope with this crisis. The United States is helping, along with other donors. These communities in southern Mozambique receive vouchers they can exchange for food. These efforts have already saved lives.
But
support isn't reaching all those who need it. Humanitarian appeals are massively underfunded. Even those who receive assistance can barely sustain themselves because, as this woman explained, food prices are climbing, reducing the value of their vouchers. And the worst is yet to come. Many of the hardest hit parts of southern Africa won't see another harvest until next spring, and that's assuming the weather cooperates. People in this part of Africa are used to coping with the tough conditions, but increasingly erratic weather patterns, exacerbated by climate change, are putting immense strain on households. Aid agencies are trying to build resilience among communities vulnerable to natural disasters and food shocks. Dorothy Namula and her family are among those to benefit from one such project, run by the US Agency for International Development in Malawi's Balaka district. Fides Kasamale is a nutrition assistant in USAID's Feed the Future project in Dorothy's district. He tries to get farmers to grow a more diverse array of crops. He says changing behaviour takes time, but his efforts are starting to pay off.
And I expect this year we will have a lot of people growing different crops like the soya, the groundnuts, maize, of course, sorghum, and not only the crops, even the keeping of livestock in their homes.
The aim is that families like Dorothy's will get the tools and know-how to grow a wider variety of crops and achieve higher yields. Not only will the food they produce offer a more diverse diet that keeps them healthy, it will provide a regular surplus that can be sold at the market. But it's hard work to sustain livelihoods in the face of these repeated shocks. Breaking the cycle of crisis will require governments in the region to prioritise policy reform to strengthen markets and incentivise change. Greg Collins helps countries build up their resilience capacities.
And the great thing is we're starting to see good examples of country-led efforts that we can point to. So when I was in Malawi, a lot of what I talked to the government about was what Kenya had done, what Ethiopia has done, even what the government in Niger is doing to own this risk and get ahead of recurrent crisis, to deal with it proactively.
Positive change won't be easy and it won't come overnight. But it is possible with the commitment of host governments and the assistance of international partners like the United States, not only to meet today's crisis, but to prevent tomorrow's from occurring.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air dominance and long-range strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and civil space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
Food and the way we eat has always been changing. From how it's grown, sourced, prepared, to the consequences on health and the ethics of what we eat. In the 20th century alone, we saw food in many different ways, and today there are many new trends shaping what and how we eat.
6 billion, 7,
5 planets. The age of electronics.
Big data isn't self-regenerating growth.
Subject to arrest. The 113th Congress.
Food of the future will involve 3 major drivers: availability, access, and stability. Are current food production and efficiency gains sustainable? With more people, there needs to be more food. Growth of this order requires more arable land and better farming. Most importantly, it requires significantly more water. The effects of global climate change will further exacerbate today's water problems. With the presence of extreme weather, dry regions will be drier and wet regions will be wetter. Access to food is tied to wealth and location. We produce plenty of food on the planet, but not necessarily where we need it. While global hunger and poverty have declined, factors of access and utility still include food income, malnutrition, and obesity. With more people, there is more demand for finite resources: food, water, and clean air. Food shortages, riots, and mass migration will lead to global instability. But there are opportunities for change to avoid this precipice. The world is witnessing incredible advances in food production technology. While these are in many ways considered cutting-edge ideas, not all solutions require radical forward thinking. If the developing world would adopt farming practices that were in place 50 years ago in the developed world, yields would certainly improve.
Also, there is a need for continued agricultural research with an emphasis on commercialization.
In addition, sources of food such as jellyfish and insects are regular staples in societies that are considered to be underdeveloped, but will continue to find their way into the diets of the developed world. Distributing the food revolutions of today is a major factor in creating a more secure future.
The key to ensuring food security lies in the lessons of the past, the people of the present, and the ideas of the future.
Space is a critical enabler for military operations and an increasingly important domain of modern warfare. But operating in space is expensive. What would it mean for the U.S. military if costs were reduced significantly?
Start 1, 0.
Disruptive breakthroughs that could significantly reduce the cost of access to space may come in many forms. One of the most pursued methods for reducing the cost of access to space is making launch vehicles less expensive. Building launch vehicles in much greater quantities can enable efficiencies in the manufacturing process, but quantity alone is unlikely to yield order of magnitude reductions in costs. Novel forms of propulsion could also one day reduce costs.
But perhaps the most promising disruption is reusability. If a launch vehicle can be reused 10 times with minimal maintenance between flights, it could, in theory, reduce the effective vehicle cost by roughly an order of magnitude. Repairing or reusing satellites in space through on-orbit servicing could also reduce the cost of access to space. Instead of launching a 5,000-kilogram satellite to field a new space capability, one could launch a 500-kilogram payload to upgrade an existing satellite.
A significant reduction in the cost of access to space could enable new military space missions that are not feasible at current costs. Placing conventional weapons in orbit to strike targets on Earth has been explored in the past. One limitation has been the cost of launching the large number of satellites that would be needed to have a similar capability as a fleet of ground-based long-range missiles. An even larger constellation of satellites would be needed for a boost-phase kinetic missile interceptor system. Because the kill vehicle required for a missile intercept is more technologically complex, launch costs are a smaller share of the total cost. A space-based missile interceptor system could also be adapted to strike an adversary's satellites or to defend against anti-satellite missiles launched at friendly satellites.
Lower launch costs could also enable space transportation and logistics for critical military operations. A crewed vehicle system similar to what commercial firms are developing for space tourism could be adapted by the military to deliver small numbers of special operations forces or critical supplies to virtually any location on Earth within 30 to 45 minutes. Many of the disruptions that could reduce the cost of access to space and enable new missions, architectures, and operations for the U.S. military could also provide the same advantages to potential adversaries. Other nations could be incentivized to field space-based systems for ground attack, missile defense, and anti-satellite missions, whether or not the United States pursues such systems. A significant reduction in the cost of launch vehicles in particular could mean a reduction in the cost of long-range missiles, potentially leading to a rapid and uncontrolled proliferation.
Significant cost reductions are not likely until space launch becomes more of a commercial rather than a government activity. But the government has a big role to play. The government can seed key market areas by paying for and sharing risky early R&D on disruptive technologies, and helping commercial companies develop common standards so that a competitive commercial ecosystem emerges. The government can help commercial space grow by purchasing more services rather than using only its own version of these capabilities. Government can be the anchor customer for many of the emerging disruptive commercial technologies on the horizon. Also, the government can make getting to space easier by simplifying government approvals and striking a careful balance to maintain the United States' lead in commercial space while protecting national security.
The emergence of a robust commercial space market and the promise and peril it offers will take time to fully develop, but the nation that shapes this future is likely to benefit the most.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Iran's potential nuclear capability is the focus of international concern, but its conventional missile arsenal poses another critical threat. Tehran appears to have a clear objective: development of nuclear weapons on one front and short and long-range missiles on the other, to create a powerful regional deterrent and the ability to pressure and intimidate its neighbors. The potential for a nuclear-armed Iran worries leaders from Jerusalem to Washington, Riyadh, and beyond. The fear is that Iran could couple nuclear weapons to its long-range missiles. Iran began to develop its missile arsenal in the 1980s. It drew on designs from Russia, China, and North Korea, and it now has the largest deployed rocket and missile force in the Middle East. Approximately 1,000 rockets and missiles, with ranges from 90 to 1,200 miles. The arsenal includes the Shahab-3, which can reach any target in Israel, It can carry a payload of up to 2,200 pounds, and it's accurate enough to hit city-sized targets. Iran claims to have deployed nearly 100 of them. The Saji-2 is Tehran's newest missile, with a range of more than 1,200 miles. A solid fuel system powers it. Iran claims that anti-radar material makes it stealthy and hard to detect. It may have better accuracy and quicker launch capabilities than the Shahab-3. These are only two examples from an arsenal of at least 1,000 short and long-range missiles and rockets. This force allows Iran to compensate for a lack of conventional air power. Iran can also strike large area targets, potentially attacking the cities of its Gulf neighbors in Israel. At the same time, the effectiveness of Iran's arsenal is limited because the missiles aren't accurate enough to hit key military and infrastructure targets. Still, Iran may be able to make this threat far more serious. Development of a terminal guidance system to make its missiles far more accurate, or of nuclear warheads would change the equation, the balance of power in the Gulf, and prompt a response from the United States, Israel, and Iran's Arab neighbors. Negotiations are underway for Iran to stop work on its nuclear program. But even if they succeed, the missiles remain and complement Iran's ability to use its asymmetric forces to threaten the flow of world oil exports. The missiles, the nuclear program, its asymmetric capabilities all contribute to Iran's ability to pursue its larger geopolitical objectives in the region.
For our closing keynote for the day, we have, of course, Mr. Randy Forbes, very well known to this crowd, long-serving member of Congress. He's currently a senior distinguished fellow at the Naval War College, and so thank you for coming down to talk to us today. Of course, former chairman of the Sea Power and Projection Subcommittee, with jurisdiction over many long-range strike systems, of course. Before that, he chaired the Readiness Subcommittee, former founder and chairman of the Congressional China Caucus, and really just best known as a tireless advocate for the U.S. Navy and the U.S. military. I would like to tell a brief personal story. I was a fellow on the House Armed Services Committee in 2011, and Operation Odyssey Dawn, the attack on Libya, had just transpired. And I was in the audience for a main hearing, and the Secretary of Defense was testifying on the matter, and he was grilled by Mr. Forbes. And Mr. Forbes, if you haven't seen this, you have to go find the video, said, "Now, Mr. Secretary, if a foreign power launched a Tomahawk cruise missile from off our coast at New York, would that be an act of war?" And he knew where this is going, and there's shuffling of papers, and said, "Well, I just don't know. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I'd have to check on that." And he says, "Mr. Secretary, you're the Secretary of Defense. I think you ought to have an opinion on whether this constitutes an act of war." This is much discomfort in the hearing room at this point. Finally admits, yes, it probably would be. Now, if that would be an act of war, what about if we launch a Tomahawk at Libya? Much more uncomfortable shuffling of papers. But I looked up, I said, who is this guy? Who is asking this question to the Secretary of Defense? But I was very impressed, sir. Thank you very much. I use that every time I teach separation of powers or something like that. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to you to close us out for the day.
Well, Tom, thank you. And I have a feeling that Secretary Gates was asking the same thing. Who is this guy? You know, and I probably got off his Christmas card list after that exchange, but we thought it was proper and good. So thank you so much, Tom and Todd. Thank you all for doing this and the great work that you do. And I really do appreciate CSIS for the great effort that they put into national defense. And I thank all of you, those of you who write about, who talk about, who ask questions about national defense. You don't get people that thank you enough, but I want to tell you, I appreciate what you do. When I get to come in just by osmosis and kind of listen to the great discussions that you've had, I didn't get to hear all of them this morning, but it makes me feel good and encouraged. What doesn't make me feel as good and encouraged is when I walk out and I see the difficulty we have in getting some of these things deployed and some of these things implemented that we talk about. I was trying to think about what to discuss with you in this kind of wrap-up few moments that we have. And, you know, it's always tempting to get down in the weeds, which you've been in most of the morning. It's sometimes difficult when you're down in the weeds then to come back up and get a little bit bigger view. Last week I was looking with a friend of mine who is a historian, and we were looking at maps for World War II, and we look at the invasion maps that we had for Normandy, and many of you have seen those and studied them, and you know, you have almost, I mean, they're really fairly good detail with machine gun post and everything that you would see in the kind of detail that was there. And then we pulled out General Keyes maps, and of course none of that was on there because it was in a much bigger picture, and that sometimes is difficult for us. It is more comfortable for us to talk about the specificity that is in our lane. It's much more difficult, though, for us as a nation to kind of pull that big aerial map together and say, how do we create the strategies that we're going to need for our country? And so this morning, I wanted to start off the way I start off most of my talks on national defense. Eric Lindsay's heard me do this too many times, and but it's important, I think, to ask ourselves why we even do what we do. And when I travel around places and talk to people, I always have people say, you know, why are you so concerned about national defense? Why are you so concerned about the Navy? And in most instances, when you ask somebody that, you find their father, their grandfather, somebody else was involved in it. They had a history of military in their background. Others, you find it's a part of their business. It's, you know, what feeds their family. And still others, you may find some other thing that brings them to the table. They live in a naval area, or they live in a place where the Air Force is very popular, and a lot of people there are part of that service. But let me tell you what got me to this and why I think it's important for us as a country now. My wife and I love the water, and we particularly love the Outer Banks in North Carolina. And years ago, I was on the beach, and down near the shoreline, there were two young boys that were playing, and they were building what I know they felt was a reasonable facsimile of a sandcastle. They had no future in architectural design, I can tell you that, but they were building the sandcastle, and most of you have seen the same thing. They'll take these little sand buckets and they fill them full of sand and pack it down, and then they'll dump it and make a mound, and then they've got their little, these guys both had red shovels, and they were making the little walls in between, and I became fascinated in watching what they were doing, and I watched them for about an hour and a half, and I got there after they'd started, so they had been there for several hours, and my wife kept looking at me and saying, well, are you ready to go? And I said, no, I want to watch these two little boys. And I know you think he has no life, but there was something that was just captivating about their efforts, because the whole time they were doing it, they were fighting with each other. And you've seen them do it. I mean, they'd hit each other with the shovel. They'd knock over one another's wall. They'd knock over one of the mounds. They'd have to start over. But they did this, again, I'm watching them an hour and a half, probably there an hour or so before I got there. And then all of a sudden, this really Kodak moment happened. They were on their knees, and between their two little heads, I looked, and there was a wave that was coming in that was larger than all the waves that had been there that morning. And it washed in, again, they were on their knees, but it washed up to about their shoulders. And when it washed back out, it took out every single thing they had been fighting over and building and working on all morning long. And I looked to my wife and I said, that's what we do in America. We spend so much energy and so much effort fighting over the sandcastles that we miss the waves that could wash in and take away everything we believe in, everything we stand for. And I told her, I don't want to do that with my life. And when you look at those waves, I would suggest to each of you what you already know, that national defense is not just a wave, it is the wave that we better be paying attention to, because if we miss that, it could wash in and wash away every single thing we stand for and every single thing we believe in. When I was in Congress and chairing the subcommittee on sea power, I would have officers oftentimes walk into me, and as you know, they always wanted more dollars and something else given to a particular line item or particular thing that they were interested in, or maybe just a particular service. And I used to always ask them why. And almost every time they would give me the technical answers that you could expect. If they wanted more ships and you ask them why, they would say, because if we don't have them, we'll have a shortfall. And I would think, what does that mean? And I oftentimes would simply listen to them, and then they would walk out, and I'd look at my staff and I would say, they don't even know how to articulate why it's so important that they get what they get. Well, I had that flipped on me at the War College not too long ago. Had about 1,000 people out there, and one of the officers said, well, what is the answer? Why do we do it? And I told them, I said, it's very simple. I said, for years, I would have elected officials, if I could have them on a panel like Todd had this morning, and I could ask them one question. Here's the question I would always ask them. It doesn't matter where they were or what topic we were dealing with. I would say, when we live in a world of change, and everybody knows how important change is, and businessmen will oftentimes say we are successful because we were able to adapt to change, and everything's going to continue to change. I would always ask them this question. I would say, is there anything in the United States that is so precious, that is so fundamental, that's so much at the core of who we are, that if that changes, we cease to be the United States of America? Some of them would stare at the ceiling, some of them would act like they were making notes, and then always, if they answered, it would come back to one thing. It would come back to liberty. And when you talk about that, we're almost like dinosaurs today when we even talk about the concept of liberty, like we don't even know how to describe it or talk about it, we've lost it. But what was so important to all of these individuals throughout the years was we recognized that in America, in the United States, this concept of liberty that we created, that we were the only country in the world that ever said, we're going to create government just to protect that. And then I told the folks in the audience, I said, when we're talking about China and whether we win or we lose in China, I said, this is not a tennis match that at the end we just jump over the net and shake their hand and say, congratulations, you're number one now and we're number two. We'll see you next week. This is about an international order that will change. And so when somebody says, why do I put money in the Navy or the Air Force or the Army, you need to look at them and to tell them it is to defend and protect liberty, and it's to protect a world order where liberty has an environment that it can survive in. And that's what it comes down to, and why all of this is so important and we can't lose. This morning, as you've been talking, you broke this into really two topic areas. One is examining trends in the threat environment, and I watched, because you talked about a lot of the technology that's going into this, whether it's operational or whether it's capacity that you're looking at. But sometimes we need to look at the bigger things that are changing when we're looking at those trends. And, one of the things for most of us in our lifetime, we lived in a time when the United States was not only the major superpower, but it was the only superpower. And as we begin to see that eroding, we sometimes forget the deterrent factor that that single category had and how that's shifting. The other thing that we forget is 5 major advantages that we have. or had. We had a geographical advantage, an economic advantage, a technological advantage, an industrial base advantage, and a military advantage. The geographical advantage was pretty clear to us. We lived in a geography where we were somewhat insulated from the battles of the world. When 9/11 hit, it didn't shatter that geographical advantage. It shattered the myth that it still existed, because technology and other things that had developed had so eroded that geographical advantage that it was no longer in existence. When we look at the economic advantage that we have, sometimes nations pay huge cost because they make wrong decisions. Sometimes they pay huge cost because they make the right decisions. But those costs, regardless, have an impact. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, coupled with domestic decisions, right or wrong, you can debate whether they're right or wrong, place such a huge cost on us economically that we watched that huge economic advantage that we have, that margin, erode more and more. And the result of that, of course, is it takes options off the table of how we could deal with those threats. We love to look at ourselves oftentimes as we wish we were, not always as we are. And so we love to beat ourselves on the chest about the great technological advantages that we had around the world. That was our edge. And it is true that we have those technological advantages, but that margin also is narrowing every single day that you and I wake up in the morning. I would watch oftentimes as we looked at some of the things that are happening, some of them that you've talked about, where all of a sudden we wake up and we look at a statistic where China can outstick us. And all of a sudden we say, how did that happen if we have such a technological advantage? We look at what they're doing in ballistic and cruise missiles, and it's not just the technology they're putting in them, but it's the sheer numbers that all of a sudden becomes a capability and a capacity that makes us rise up and pay attention. Guided munitions, we had the market on that, and all of a sudden we looked and our competitors are having that. You talked about space and satellites and what's happening in there as we've seen our margin erode over and over again. Just modeling and simulation alone, not just our ability to test, but our ability to forecast. I've always done a lot with modeling and simulation. I had a friend of mine from MIT. He'd go around the world lecturing on modeling and simulation. One day he told me a statistic that was startling to me. He said, almost anywhere I go in the world and give a lecture, I'll have 250 engineers that show up. He said, when I went to China, I had 5,000 that showed up. And he said they were all asking cutting-edge questions, and they were looking at issues that we were dealing with. And at some point in time, he said 5,000 makes a big difference versus 250 that are there. We looked at fifth-generation fighters, and many of you know that we had projected that they would come a lot further down the road for China, and they flew them in our face. We also look at our own obsession here with making sure that companies don't get profits so much that most of the innovators in the private sector no longer even want to deal with the Department of Defense and look at us. So that margin is reducing. And then we look at our industrial base, and over again, wherever I travel and talk to our defense contractors, they're more and more worried about sole source contracts that they have and the few opportunities they have for downstream production if they have to, one, get parts, if they have to do replacements, if they have to do repairs, or even if we have to do an industrial ramp up because we have a major conflict. And just compare that, for example, with what we're looking at in shipbuilding, and then look at a China that's able to do commercial, military, Coast Guard, and can you imagine the volume savings that they're getting when they're building those hulls? And most of the time we're not even taking that into discussions when we're looking at the concerns we have and how these trends have changed. And then on the military, let me tell you what I often hear. I'll be on a panel somewhere or be watching a panel, and I'll put two retired officers down here, and let me just pull these out, two admirals, simply because that was the last panel that I had that this occurred on. Some of you might have been in the room when that happens. And here's what's happening. We're saying, look at these curve lines, look at the things we're concerned about. We'll have people that are talking about that, and one admiral will say, I'm really concerned. I'm looking at these curve lines and how they go, and invariably one of them will do this. pound on the desk and say, by God, all they have to do, the Navy's got to suck it up, and they've just got to do what we've all done before. And I will tell you what's going to happen. If we have a conflict, we are going to bury those people at the bottom of the ocean. And then I'll have people in the audience oftentimes come up to me afterwards, and they'll say, Randy, which one of them is right? And I'll say, both of them. I said, it depends on the direction you're looking. I said, if you're looking back here, historically, that admiral that pounded on the podium is exactly right. We've always done that before. I said, but let me just tell you this. If I could take you back into time, into the 1890s, and you ask an admiral in the British Navy, would they ever be fighting for their lives in just 2 decades? They'd have laughed at you. I'd said, for 100 years, we have the complete control of the seas. There's nobody, the next 5 navies in the world can't compare to ours. And in just 2 decades, they were fighting for their lives. But I said, if the other admiral is showing your direction on the future, you better be looking at those curve lines, because if we don't change the curve lines, we have a lot to be concerned about. Just look at the statistics. All of you know. You know, you've heard them. You've had them repeated to you. I won't take all of them. But when you look at the oldest and smallest Air Force in a complicated world like we live in today, something's not right. When you look at where the Army's gone, the Marine Corps, and the Navy, I always just give one snapshot. 2007, the Navy could meet 90% of our combatant commanders' validated requirements. Last year, we met less than 42%. No matter how you look at that, that's problematic. During that whole period of time, not only were we watching our curve lines drop, but our peer competitors, Russia, about 80% of their Cold War strength now. China, you know what's happened to them. They've been almost uncontested in being able to put 300 acres of land that they now have militarized. And then let's just look at a North Korea. I mean, we see North Korea, but we've worried about North Korea a long time. But what's the sea change that's taken place in North Korea? Just a decade ago, we were looking at a single actor and a single dimension, probably conventional fight. Today, the thing that worries most of us in North Korea is we have multiple actors we worry about if we should have a conflict, and we have multiple dimensions. Some of you have talked about here. You have nuclear, cyber, conventional, space, all of which are on the table that we have to be concerned about. Huge trend lines that have changed. I worry about what some of you have discussed is you look at all of the capabilities we have, but if we don't have any bullets to shoot, we don't have the capacity to make those capabilities work. And so I hear a lot of talk about sophisticated defense systems that we have or the other side have. But what worries me, I don't care how sophisticated, if we get enough of them thrown at us and we don't have the munitions to respond, then having all the platforms out there is not going to do us much good. I'm looking at, I think we need to change our fleet architecture. We've written about that for years, and I think some of you in here would agree with us. It is like pulling our teeth just to get us to come as a country and say, maybe we need 350 ships. Well, China will be there in 2020, and they're going to surpass us enormously on the number of ships. But in addition to that, look at the 1,200 ships they have in their fishing fleets, all reporting directly to the PLA. And then the Coast Guard that they have, which is bigger than the next 5 Coast Guards in that area combined. And all of a sudden, these trend lines become very, very concerning. But let me just tell you 2 more of them. I had a leader from a major, well, not a major country, but one of the countries in the Asia-Pacific area came and met with me. And he said, here's my biggest concern. He said, we used to have a lot of respect for the United States because we may not like you, but we thought you knew how to make the trains run on time. We're beginning to question whether you know how to make the trains run on time. And if you start asking that question, the problem is they start making alliances and agreements with China, not with you. And that's a dangerous place for us to be. The last thing I'll tell you on our concerns when we look at the military is this, that oftentimes throughout the years when I would ask some of these questions, and as Tom mentioned, we'd have some of these discussions that would be a little bit heated, but always when they were comparing our military strength in the world, it would always be a one-on-one match. And you and I know it's probably not going to be a one-on-one match. What happens if you link two countries together against us, all of a sudden those trend lines don't look nearly as important. So let me just ask you, or raise just a couple more things, and then I want to make sure we can go to the questions that Todd wants to get to. If I look at all of these trends and all of the concerns that we have, we had a panel that came before our subcommittee, and I asked them this question. Had a Republican, Democrat, Independent, all the best thinkers that I could get to. I said, what is the number one threat we face in the United States today? And I thought they would disagree. I thought they would argue. I thought we'd have a debate for a long period. They had a consensus right off the bat, and it was a lack of strategic thinking. I would suggest to you today that the thing that worries me most, I don't have time to discuss with you because I'm running out of time to list on here, but is our inability to formulate, articulate, and implement strategies for the national defense of this country. And I will tell you, wherever we go, if we don't change how we do those strategies, I think we're in for some very, very difficult times. And let me just say this. It doesn't do us any good to have fancy strategies that we keep in a safe somewhere. We've got to be able to implement those strategies. And until we can articulate those strategies, we will never be able to implement them. When somebody came before our committee and we asked them for a strategy and they said it was classified, I didn't want to listen to anything else they had because I knew this is not some secret football play that you put in the safe somewhere and you bring it out to show you can win the big game. We got to be able to articulate it if we want to get the funding, if we want to get the American people, if we want to get our allies, if we want to get our enemies to understand the importance of that strategy. The other thing that's important is we've got to realize those strategies have to at least have input, Republicans and Democrats, and Congress has to play a role in it. For 16 years, I pleaded with the Department of Defense just to do this. Come over to us and one time say, here's our strategies, here's the resources we need to make sure we're implementing that strategy, and here's the risk that we have if we don't do it. Do you know how many times I got that? Zero. I watched a debate in Congress about a week or so ago. Many of you saw it. Major chairman, major person, Department of Defense, arguing over whether they had the right strategy. And I told a group of people in a speech I gave 2 weeks ago, or about 3 days ago, I'm sorry. I said, you see why we're losing? Because if the Department of Defense doesn't realize that if the chairman of those committees do not know those strategies, it doesn't do us any good. And we've got to do a better chance of articulating this. I'm going to stop there because, Todd, I know you have some questions that you want to get in. But as Todd's coming up to ask those questions, let me also just leave you with one additional thing. I think the other thing we need to start doing today is we need to once again start talking about a magical word called destiny. I read over and over when I'm traveling around the world about China's destiny and this country's destiny. And I was given a speech years ago, and I had a major world leader who brought me over to his table, and he said, I love the United States, and I particularly love the Midwest. I said, why you love the Midwest? He said, because I've never been there. He said, and this morning, he said, men and women are getting up and going to work, taking their children to piano recitals, Little League, and they've got to be asking, why us? Why should we carry this on our shoulders and care about the rest of the world? And he said, Randy, for God's sake, tell them it's one word. It's destiny. Because when you're American, whether you like it or not, you have a destiny, and your destiny is not to be the bully of the world. It's not to be the policeman of the world. It's to do good in the world. And you do good in the world, but you can only do it because you've got the greatest military in the world. Thank you all for letting me be here, and Todd, look forward to your questions.
Thank you for those great remarks and taking us back up to that strategic level. I want to start asking you a question about strategy. It's actually the same question I asked one of our earlier speakers this morning. If you look at what's happened since the end of the Cold War, from administration to administration, we haven't seen a lot of big changes in strategy. We've seen dialing up and dialing down, and little changes on the edges. And part, I think it's because, like you said, we're not really thinking strategically anymore, and these questions are hard, and we don't want to answer them. So have we reached a point where strategy's dead, where we've reached an end of strategy? And if so, what do we do to correct that?
Well, first of all, Todd, and I'll just say this to fluff you, but I think you are a brilliant analyst, but I think you're wrong in that we still do think strategy. The problem is not whether or not we're thinking strategy anywhere. I mean, the war colleges are doing incredible jobs. I mean, these are some of the most brilliant people that I know. They're committed. Some of the strategies they're putting on the table and the stuff they're doing is incredible. What we have a hard time with is taking those strategies and getting them implemented or getting them to put where they become policies for government. And here's one of the biggest things. Strategies are no longer a priority. If you want to have strategies, I'll tell you the first thing that I would do is I would say we need to go back to where we say strategies are a priority. I testified before the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate the other day, and I told them this, and I've told my friends in Congress this. You're never going to get strategic thinking if you don't demand strategic thinking. And the first thing that we ought to do is every person that's appointed, you ought to ask them, tell me what your thoughts are on strategy. And if they tell you that they've got John Jones down in the hallway that's doing it, you ought to ask to get John Jones in that seat. The second thing is you've got to put a priority. And what we're doing is we're picking bottom line decisions as opposed to strategic decisions, and that's a danger. You're never going to get strategy where it is. And then the third thing is, we don't know, you have operational concepts and operational plans, and we know some of those are going to be secrets. But the essence of strategy is, as Clausewitz would say, to make it simple and then to go to complex where we can walk in and I can tell anybody in this room, this is what our strategy is, and this is why you should fund it, and this is why, as Americans, you should step up to the plate and support it. And so, Todd, I think that's where we have to go back to. And the problem is this. We're getting to the point where it's no longer a luxury. It's a necessity. We can't outrun our mistakes. If we don't go back there, the curve lines don't look very good.
And pulling on this thread some more, what we end up debating a lot in Congress especially is the top-line defense budget. Right, and as a budget analyst, that's great for me. I love to talk budgets, but at the end of the day, we're talking about budgets because we don't seem to want to or be able to talk about strategy. And so right now, this week, they're doing the marks up on the Hill, and so we're debating. Well, the BCA budget cap, $549 billion. Trump administration requested $603 billion. McCain and Thornberry want something more like $640 billion. Talking base budget here. Now they might be compromising somewhere around $621 billion. Well, none of that means anything.
The wrong questions. Yeah. When we got the uptick in the defense budgets a few years ago, I was given the authority to come in and argue for that in front of the Speaker, the Majority Leader, the Whip, and many members of chairman of committees. And I started out where you just ended. And I said, no, you want me to come in here and give you a bottom line or a top line on budget numbers, and I'll do that at the end, but I don't want to start there. I want to start with these strategies, and here's what I did. I said, I don't have a PowerPoint. I don't even know how to do them. I said, but let me pretend that I've got one. And I said, right up here, these are the choke points around the world. And I said, Mr. Speaker, this is what this one does, and I listed each one up. And I said, which one do you want me to give up? Now, you know what his answer was. None of them. And then I said, well, then it's just math. Here's the number of ships we need to get to that point to be able to make sure we keep them open, and here's the dollar cost it's going to be. And then we did a couple more scenarios like that. But at the end, we did what I told you at the beginning we should be doing. We said, here's the strategy, and this is what it's going to take to resource it. And here's the risk if we don't do it. Now, Mr. Member of Congress, you tell me, do you want to take that risk? And they turned, 14 of them turned their vote on the budget. And so until the Pentagon is willing to come over there and say, here's our strategy, here's the resources, this is the risk, we're always going to be where you're talking about a non-issue. Now, we may not get there this year, but we need to be telling the American people, this is where we need to go, folks. And then you decide how fast we get there or whether we take these risks.
Or debate the strategy
Or
itself.
debate the strategy,
Yeah.
and that's fair. That's why I said also, this concept that strategy is one person or 5 people that sit over in the Pentagon and I'm just smarter than everybody and I'm going to come up with this and I'm going to show up and tell you all what you need. They always ask me, why are we losing? I mean, that's what they would do. Why are we losing these fights? And I would say, because if you don't give them a strategy, they're going to walk in there and Sidney's going to go where he wants to go to protect his area and Tom's going to go where he is because they have no strategy to come around. But if you give them a strategy, it'll change. Let me give you one perfect example. National Sea-Based Deterrent Fund. For a while, the Navy was actually fighting against that. They certainly weren't supporting that. I sat down with them and I said, do you realize the symbolic effect of this? Symbols are important. And this is a symbolic thing that is vitally important for us to do. When we carried that to the floor for the debate, and the Navy then came around and said, yep, we're going to support that, to their credit. It was an interesting thing because, Todd, at the end of the debate, 2 things happened. It was one of the few debates where it was 74% Democrats, 74% Republicans that both supported that. You almost find that in nothing today. But here was the remarkable thing, and this sounds comical, but it was important. At the end of the debate, when I sat down, members of my party were coming up to me and saying this. They were saying, Randy, let me get this straight. If I love America, I said, that's right, you need to vote for this sea-based deterrent fine. And we laugh at that, but here was what was happening. They realized this was strategically important to the safety of the United States of America, and they were saying, we're in. That's what we have to give to members of Congress, but we have to give it to the American people. And we've lost the day when you could have strategies or procurement issues coming up a chain of command, Secretary of Defense marking them up, send them to the White House, a little politics, send them to the chairman of the committee, so let it be written, so let it be done. We're in a Brexit world now. You've got to take these strategies to the members of Congress and to the American people.
And so I want to get more down in the details now. What we've been talking about here at the conference today is what we need to do so that our forces can operate in a more contested environment in the future. We're seeing adversaries develop anti-access area denial capabilities all around the world, and we talked about the types of capabilities that you need, some of which we don't really have a lot of in our inventory today. Long-range strike assets, missile defense systems, inventories of munitions that you mentioned as well. Then you look at what Congress and the new administration are talking about when they say we're going to rebuild the military, and they're talking about somewhat different things. They're talking about growing the size of the Army, the number of BCTs, growing the size of the Marine Corps, growing the number of strike fighters, short-range fighters in our inventory, and growing the size of the Navy. Now, they're on board with 350 ships now. But
I don't
what
know.
kind of ships?
Well,
where do you come down on this balance between capability and capacity, and are we at risk of growing the military in the wrong ways?
Yes, we're always at that risk. The bottom line is, again, if you look, war is unpredictable. It's unforeseen. Anytime we think we can chart it all and graph it all out, we are losing. That's not going to happen. And sometimes the more we know, we don't get more certain, we get less certain. But that's okay. That's what we do. We're Americans. We can do that. But I think the first thing we have to do is we have to look ourselves in the mirror and say, what really are the most important things to us? And the first thing we start with is, what's the most important region to us? Well, if you take former Secretary Carter, if you take Admiral Harris today, they would tell you that, and they've said this in their words, not mine, the most consequential region for us in the world, for the United States and the future of the United States, is going to be not just the Asia-Pacific area, but the Indo-Asia-Pacific area. Well, I mean, it makes sense. This is where the largest armies in the world are going to spend the night. This is where the most powerful navies in the world are going to gather. This is where 5, I think, of our defense treaties are located. This is where the superhighway is that's going to bring things good and bad to the United States. But most importantly, this is where we're going to determine a world order. This is also where the seeds that could engulf the world in a conflict are planted now. If that's the case, almost any analysis you look at will say, if we're going to do that, we simply have to have a bigger Navy to deal with that. There's no analysis that you can do to suggest that we can do that, I don't think, without a greater force structure. But the other thing, Todd, we forget is that sometimes our strategic decisions are important for our allies because we can't do this alone. And when we start doing these symbolic effects, growing the fleet, that doesn't just have an impact on us, it has an impact on our allies that start saying, oh my gosh, these guys are for real, they're here, let's grow with them, and let's do that. And I think we need to take that into account. And one last thing, just to cut myself off from talking so much, but we've gotten away from cost imposition strategies. And we've got to go back to putting cost imposition strategies on because, for the last decade or so, we've let the Russians and the Chinese pretty much do what they want to do without putting any of those cost imposition strategies that would at least make them spend their dollars where we want them to spend it instead of where they want to spend it.
And so I can't let you get away without asking a more detailed question on the Navy. What does the future Navy need to look like, that larger Navy? What kind of capabilities should be our top priorities in growing the Navy?
I think we can't get away from presence, and I will tell you, it does not strike fear in the heart of China if we add another LCS. That just doesn't do it. Now, I'm not downing the LCS. I'm just saying we have to have a capacity. I do think we have to move. I think offense can become defense. I think we have to move to a concept of distributed lethality. I think that makes sense for us to put more offensive capabilities because that becomes defensive. I think our carriers, we're going to still have our carriers. We do have to recognize they've been pushed back to about 1,000 miles now. And the future of what we do with carriers is going to be dependent upon the carrier air wing and the makeup of that carrier air wing. And that's why I fought for a long time to make sure we had unmanned platforms that were not just eyes and ears, but could deliver deep strike capability to open up the doors for the other things that we're going to need. I also think we're going to operationally change how our submarines fight. If I blink my eyes 10 years from now and we're looking at 42 attack submarines and the Chinese are going to at least double that or more, that math starts becoming important. I really do think we're going to see an operational change where we're going to have unmanned platforms and have our subs once again fighting like carrier groups, perhaps, rather than just like fighter planes might have been in the old World War I era, World War II.
Well, and to follow up on that, so the future of the carrier air wing, I know you had argued hard with the Navy to get them to put a unmanned strike platform off a carrier, stealthy. That's not where they're headed right now. They're headed in this CBARS program, the MQ-25, developing something that would be refueler and do some surveillance. Do you think they need to change course on that?
I can't answer that. The reason I literally can't answer that because I don't want to go to jail. But I will tell you, there are more than one way to skin a cat, and so I still think we need that deep strike capability, and I think we need to make sure we have that coming.
I'll have to let it go at that. Okay. So we got time, I think, for one question from the audience. So questions, I know. All right, Sydney, you're right here. There you go. You're first every time.
He loves it when he's first and last.
That's right.
Sidney Friedberg, Breaking Defense, for those playing along in the home game. You've raised the importance of strategy. Chris Ford from the NSC staff said, we're really working hard on these strategic reviews, policy reviews, so we're going to really do this systematically, challenge assumptions. And I'm going to ask you the same devilish advocate question I asked him, which is, it's great to have a very deliberate, no holds barred strategy review process at the staff level, but how do you translate that into thoughtful strategic action when your chief executive is notoriously impulsive and doesn't like to read his presidential daily brief?
Well, look, we're a big government with a lot of people and a lot of actors in it, and I think strategy starts not with one man deciding how you use the strategy, but when you formulate the strategy. And what I'm more worried about is whether we get top players at Department of Defense and in Congress who recognize the importance of putting strategy as a priority for us. Those staff guys can do a wonderful job in creating the strategies, but unless it gets up there where it can be implemented, and that's why I come back, Sydney, to what I said at the beginning. I'd make this a priority. I'll tell you, every single person that came before me, if I was in the Senate for a confirmation hearing, I would ask them what their strategic knowledge was, what they plan to do about strategy. I think the other thing that I would do is I'd make sure that it was a priority where we were putting people in the services doing strategy that wasn't going to be dead-end jobs that continued to go up in their careers. I think that's important for us to be able to do. And then if I were sitting in Congress, I'd make sure before I gave any money in a budget that they were presenting to me a strategy. You start doing that, and I'll tell you, whether it's the President of the United States or the American people, if we present the right strategies to them, I think they're going to say, yeah, we want to execute those strategies and implement them.
All right, with that, I want to wrap it up. I want to thank you for coming and giving such a great keynote speech to round out the conference here. And I want to thank all of you for attending the conference today. And we hope to do more of these in the future. All right, thank you.